last time? What did you do?
Spiders!
Spiders indeed.
We explored a bunch of hexagons, found some rivers, found some moon radishes, found an angry little man.
Oh yeah, there was an angry little man.
Oh, we found what was it? What did I name it? Death bog? Murder bog?
Murder bog, I think.
Yep, murder
Oh
bog.
no, it's ghost bog.
Oh, ghost bog.
Vulcan called it the murder bog.
I like murder bog. I'm gonna name it to murder bog. We're making this map so we can name all the landmarks what we want.
True.
You literally are making the map. You have that right.
I'm naming a landmark after myself.
Vulcan comes up and he's like, "Hey, that's my name for it. You honored me with it? No, we came up with it. Don't you see? We're the cartologists here, not you. But it was my name."
Best part
Put a sign
about
up front.
creating a kingdom is that you can have multiple cities in your kingdom, and all of them can be named after your adventuring party. You have a whole city named right after you, Tevin.
Listen here, you little shit. If you keep coming
Welcome
back to
to
me saying you created Murder
Fives.
Bog, everything in this country is going to be called Murder Bog.
We got Murder Bog, Murder Grove. It's just down the way from Murder River.
Yep.
And behold, the fields of murder.
Not too inaccurate.
So, Bulkin, would you prefer Murder Hut or Bulkin's Murder?
Perfect. Okay, I am
Angry
fully
little
present
murder
now.
man.
I had to get my scene set up.
Okay. So I believe the very last point we had was you've killed the great spider, and delving down into its lair, you found what you believe to be some sort of treasure map.
Oh yeah, we found a
Right.
treasure map.
We did. It's 30 seconds. Be right back.
I completely forgot about the treasure map.
That's sick. Also, we've been gone for 3.5 days, probably. Because I don't think we've encountered anything that was so detrimental in these squares that lasted us more than a day.
So keep in mind, it is a day to move, but then it was another day to explore.
Okay, so we've been gone for much more than that.
So let's see. Since you're on, sorry, let me restate that. On horses, it is half a day to travel in this open ground. So it's
Okay.
1.5 days plus 2 days of exploration. So you're at 3.5 days. I think that's the very first number you said.
Okay, cool.
So good work.
I was right for the wrong reasons, and that's what I've always been good at.
So yeah, I guess change of plans. We're going to go hunt some treasure.
Yeah, what were the details? What were the deets on this treasure map?
Let me remind myself.
2 paces to the left, and there it is.
Yeah, just look right down.
It's
fact,
just
if you dig at the bottom of the spider pit. There's a
It's just a like line to the angry sprite man's house.
Yeah.
So it's a tree struck by lightning. X at the base of the tree.
Indeed, it is a very like local treasure map. It's not something that you necessarily follow to take there. It's more of a, hey, look, this looks like that.
Ah, if we find the lightning struck tree, then we know there's treasure underneath it.
Maybe we should spend some more time exploring around this hex.
Heck
see if we
yeah.
can find a
We look
lightning
around
tree.
and see more trees covered in webs.
You know what I've never understood? All these maps are made with landmarks that could no longer be existent anymore.
True. One thing the bodies that we had found, the bodies that we had found this on, also had the bandit signet on them, right? Or were those other bodies?
So there's just one body here, but it did indeed have one of the amulets upon it.
Okay, cool. This might be his stash back at his at their hideout or something.
Slowly wear away at the Stag King's beasts forces.
Yeah. Well, in which case, I think that we'll probably just dive straight into like exploring the rest of this thing, because we had pretty much cleaned out. We had pretty much cleaned house, and I went into the hole and everything, and threw out all of the random stuff that we picked up some of, but not most of. I think.
Yeah, I will tell you, just because it's been a while. Real world, like you have done everything that I would expect you to do in this particular spot already last week or
I will
2
spend
weeks ago.
10 minutes studying my spellbook to regain my focus point.
You are capable of doing so. So with that, are you just back to exploration around the hex once more?
Think so.
I think so, yeah.
Yep, let's do it.
All right. It takes you through the rest of the day, camping out once more as you spend the night. You're able to look around, map out, and sort your way through. You don't find anything else of tremendous significance, but that carries us until midday on the 24th, where you now have this hex explored, and you may draw your border around it.
We'll also need to do our rations.
Yes. And could we get any like black clearing so I can draw the border more tactfully?
Oh.
Mhm.
Just I can slightly expand the vision edge, if that's what you meant.
Yes.
Does that help?
Perfect. Yes.
What was I doing? Marking off a ration. Boom.
Did we find any water in this grid?
You did not. At least none significant enough to fully submerge a creature in.
Okay, we may need to go back to
Understandable.
the murder box hex then.
We do need to backtrack to the murder bog hex before but I think our plan was to probably or potentially go into this hex anyway to kind of like minimize our risk currently, which I think.
Yeah, but didn't exploring takes the entire day, right?
Yeah, you're basically at a day and a half.
So yeah, if we go to the other
Yeah,
hex and we
should
don't find
definitely
water,
hit the murder bog before we go to our next
Yeah.
hex. I think the reason that we originally started backtracking was because we last time went back to the murder bog and then came here because if we had gone straight here and there was no water, our friend would have died.
And so again, we shall pray to the water gods and follow our path back to the murder bog and then
So-
out into another hex.
7, did you reduce our rations by 2 from the party sheet yet?
no, I can't.
Okay,
I got it. Oh, okay.
I did it.
All right, cool.
Nice.
Brief swim as my lungs are getting oh raspy.
So you begin your travels, making your ride back to the north. As you make your way across the plains, seeing one of the small streams leading into just an isolated local lake ahead of you, somewhere where you'd mapped out as a safe spot to refresh your gills. And you happen to spot something. What appears to be a green-skinned woman, perhaps only 4 feet tall, in the water. Just sort of floating, slowly swimming side to side. You see a cloud of perhaps a dozen butterflies just fluttering around her.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna go say hello. I walk over and I'm like, "Hello there. How's it going?"
She immediately looks towards you and just sinks down, only her eyes above the waterline.
Oh no! Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I mean no harm. I'm just coming. I haven't seen anybody like you from around here. Do you have a name?
What languages do you speak?
Ooh, that is a good
That's a
question.
general question for everyone, also.
Good question.
I speak Common, Jotun, Draconic, and Aklo.
I speak Common and
Androffin, Hallet, Sylvan, and Undercommon.
Where are my languages?
In the Common tab, the first tab, character tab.
Is
Bottom
it?
right.
Bottom right. It's got nothing there.
Oh no!
You speak
Oh, no.
nothing.
It does not speak.
I am a mute. I am a mute. Well, I know I speak human, so let's just go with that until I fix it. It's my penalty for not having it set up.
She slightly emerges just enough to be able to speak. Blah, 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 blah.
Gross.
I turned fives, or not fives, wave. Do you understand her?
I walk up to stand beside Fives. No. I walk up to the water's edge and start to walk into the water a little ways.
He immediately just swims back away, but not like once getting a good distance, just remains still once more. The dozen butterflies continue to fly above her.
Okay, I'll like break the surface of the water, dunking underneath to kind of like get a lay of the underwater situation here and make sure there's not just a giant sea creature beast attached to her from under the water.
As you dunk your head down, you spot about an 8-foot long crocodile just right by her feet. It seems to have walked along the bottom as she swam back.
Is like following wherever she's going, kind of thing.
It seems to.
A general disposition of said crocodile?
Seems relaxed.
Okay.
Not like about to munch on some feet.
Nope.
Wait, you see anything interesting down there?
There's a large scaled creature down below. Some big teeth, open mouth. About amount of distance, a length long that Boomer just said that I already forgot.
About 8 feet.
About 8 feet long.
Interesting. Does it
It's
perhaps a pet of some sort? A companion?
She seems to have some kind of connection with nature, with
Hmm.
the butterflies and such.
Is she not in danger? Are you
Hold
not
on.
in danger?
I shake my head no. Doesn't appear so.
And you're sure that's not the language that you speak? I've heard you speak it. It sounds a lot like that.
Wave gives you kind of like one of those like sly, like kind of like come on, rude glares. Doesn't respond to your quip. Well, we can't communicate with her then.
Maybe the hut kobold can speak the language. It's a long shot, but he's nearby.
Vulcan?
Vulcan. He's been out here the longest. If anybody could communicate, he may be able to.
How far away are we from Vulcan's hut?
About 3 miles or so.
3 miles.
Quarter of a hex.
It's a bit of a walk.
Fair enough.
Ooh, the glasses.
The glasses. Coming out.
Might be a bit far.
Well, I don't see any other way that we will be able to communicate.
I say leave her be.
Yes.
Unless there is anything you do
Yeah.
to press the situation, she seems to pay you no further mind so long as you do not approach. And you are able to refresh your gills and
Right.
make your way back out if you wish.
I don't have any other way of communicating. Gerrit like takes out a notepad and starts scribbling in it. Like, I could maybe if we used a little bit. I think you could hypothetically make something that allowed you to communicate, or maybe allowed them to listen a little bit better. But
Say again? Oh, you're talking about Fives being able to create something that he could communicate with?
metaphorical you. I could create something that lets you communicate.
Like a potion of communication or something.
That would be incredibly useful.
That would be. How
Not right now. In like a long time from now.
Okay. So virtually useless then. At this
Very
point in
useful in
time.
the future.
At this point in time. Alright. I say we head out and keep exploring. If she's here when we get back with a potion of communication, possibly, then we can
Alright.
shove it into her gills so that
Research
she may
to be done.
speak human.
Whoa. Chill.
Harsh. But with that wave, your gills and lungs are refreshed, and you are able to venture onto dry land once more.
Perfect.
I believe our next goal's right here. Got
Alright.
ourselves a nice little swath carved out.
So let's see. Going up to the hex where you had the lake to refresh in takes you to the end of the day. So you will be camping there unless you're trying to push on through the night, which I assume you are not.
Seems fine.
No.
Take it easy.
All right. And your night passes without incident. Your watch is going smoothly with just a calm breeze.
Mhm.
As you begin to travel the next day, it begins to pick up some rain. Not heavy, but a steady light rain. And I will reveal the hex.
Is it green? I bet it's green. It's green!
Open fields, rolling plains. Nothing immediately catches your eye, just riding through into it.
We spend the rest of the day exploring in order to map out what we can.
Hey.
Boop.
It takes you to late evening as you move around, beginning to map out easy passages and the like. You also find a source of water, a good size, a relatively small lake that is about 300 feet across. Beside it, you find 3 very small blue-skinned creatures. Give me a moment and I will get you a picture of them.
Yes.
They are hideously ugly, about
Yeah.
2 foot tall, dressed in moldy looking robes, and have a a few what look like discarded kitchen knives on them, and you see some extras just like stitched into their robes. They seem to be bickering as one of them just stabs the other with a knife, but it glances off his skin as if iron.
Equally repulsed. They look like discarded Gerrit examples.
They're about 100 feet away, two of them, and they don't seem to have noticed your group.
Fortunately, I don't think they're mine. They are quite repulsive. Is there
Gerrit,
yeah.
with your scholarly nature and understanding of nature, you recognize these as fey creatures. These are what you would call mites. They are a minor, cruel, and vicious fey. They're weak in small numbers. They delight in suffering and pain of others. They're well known for their pranks. They like to dig pitfalls. They love when it's deep enough to break a limb but not enough to kill, and then they can just watch from above as they can't get out. Fills them with joy and delight. They also have a very, very minor resistance to weapons that are not made of cold iron. Nothing enough to fend off a trained warrior, but judging by the fact that they still seem unable to stab each other with the knives, perhaps a being of their own strength it is quite useful against.
It's the werewolf conundrum. They're as ugly on the inside as they are out. I think we would do well to at least scare them off from the area. I explained that they're just like awful little shitheads.
Oh,
Some type of pest, like parrotfish.
Yeah.
but a
Do we
sentient
have-
one that will dig dangers that will exist even long after they've left.
Is anyone here experienced in trap finding? Just in case we need to be on the lookout.
I'm really good at letting the party walk in front of me, if that's what you're saying.
Would
Uh,
I have kind of a bull question.
Why? Go ahead, take the lead. You may go first.
Would my clue in count as detecting traps?
You
Or,
post
no,
the
sorry,
feature?
not clue in. That's odd. As in, I can detect odd things in the room immediately.
I would say that there is a narrow subsection of traps that would apply to, but it would not be a blanket. You just
Okay.
automatically know when there are traps nearby.
Okay.
As I
Yeah, what if
imagine,
it's
most
not
abilities
weird for
work
there to be
that way.
traps in the area?
I didn't think it would work. I was just, like, if that's odd applied to traps built by these things, that'd be kind of broken.
my brain's breaking looking for perception.
Yes,
Just over
well,
here.
perception's on the right side now.
Yeah.
So what does trap finding like fall under now? Is it perception or is it?
Perception is finding traps. Then thievery would be disabling them if it is a trap that can be like thievery disabled. Like some of them, like a pit, you can't really disable a pit. It's a hole. It's just kind of
ocean
I use
there.
athletics to fill the hole.
Yeah.
Ocean lore is about just destroying the traps permanently, not just
If we
disabling.
raise the oceans high enough, it will no longer be a danger.
Yep,
Get a
yep.
sorcerer.
Society is about preventing the need for making traps.
I mean, you got me there.
We live in a society.
That's a-
Yeah, so these things I mean, I'm kind of getting the feel that these are just like dangerous pests that probably shouldn't exist in
Yeah.
the area.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gerrit
Send them on their way
openly
more of,
agrees
like-
with you.
Send them on their way to the afterlife.
Afterlife seems like or Fae, wherever they go when you kill a Fae.
Yeah.
Just as a quick note, with the knowledge that Gerrit has on nature, You would know that it depends on the particular Fae. Most weaker Fae, if they die on the material plane, they are genuinely just dead. Their spirit essence is essentially destroyed. If they die in the first world, their native world, they are all reincarnated. Though more powerful Fae, killing them on the material plane banishes them back to the first world, but they are forever weaker, reduced in status. They also will carry their memories and usually a grudge with it.
That's fair.
I don't know if these things can get weaker, Brian.
I don't.
You would know these are not in the strong Fae category.
These just were strong Fae, but then like a couple dozen bad groups of adventurers came by at once and demotion, you know. Yeah, I would definitely be down for engaging in some fisticuffs with these small Fae creatures. Probably don't make any like snap agreements with them while we're don't like accept anything from them willingly.
How far away are they currently?
100 feet. And as the group of you are discussing amongst yourselves, you see one of them sort of get the upper hand in their struggle as he holds the other one down on the ground, raising up the knife and just stabs him in the throat as the knife just glances off to no impact.
I mean, at some point, one of them wins, right?
We may just let time do most of the work for us.
It might be physically impossible.
And this is like wide open plains. Is there any like underbrush or stuff in the area?
There's not too much to hide behind, but at least right now they seem extremely distracted.
I mean, part of me says open with range, but if we're at range, then that gives them more opportunity to escape.
Yeah, the only thing I was thinking of was like sending someone to cut off their escape from the rear, but I don't know if any of us are actually good at perceiving any traps along the way. Do we?
I'm okay.
I am not.
I've got a 5 in perception.
I believe I have a 6 for perception.
Then you walk in front of the party.
Yeah, you as a group collectively have a 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you wanted to like sneak around back, and so that when we start attacking them, if they flee, they run into you. What do you think?
I would take somebody else with me because I am not our strongest solo fighter.
I am very willing to take on that role. That is my kind of role.
Yeah,
although I will actually wait, does this lower? No. Okay, never mind. I'm good. This actually increases my perception. Aha!
Now you have 6.
Oh wait, this is good then. What if the two of you get behind them, and then since we two are left over here, we have ranged attacks. We can shoot at them, and if they run, they would run towards you.
Yeah,
I can get behind that. I just cannot be left alone.
As long as
It's back to slapping a steak on the side of a frog. Yeah, that's probably fine.
As long as we move relatively quickly. I have a short time limit on these as I pop the top on 2 potions.
yeah, I'm good to just like eat it.
What's your rage? So being able to shoot at them?
I have a longbow equivalent, so
I don't know what that range is.
100 and something? 100 feet?
110 sounds vaguely right, but I could totally be misremembering into first.
That's a
first
very
edition.
strange length amount.
100 feet.
100 feet. Okay.
Cool. I am 120, so we can move to 100 feet, which is where we're about now, and we guys can circle around, and then we will fire when we see them in position.
All right. The two of you are successfully able to circle around. You
Nice.
need no stealth check as their attention is solely on each other as their battle continues. The one who's been pinned down eventually wiggles out from under it and gets on top of the other one as you just see him grab a rusty fork and stab it at the other one's eye. But again, it just glances off to no impact.
Really
As
weird.
we're sneaking around, I drink my Drakeheart mutagen, and you see the the familiar, like, purpley sort of scales forming on my body, and I also drink my cheetah's elixir
Zoomies.
to be slightly more zoomies.
All right. As the two of you are circling around, you spot something. 2 very small shovels on the ground next to about a 9 or 10 inch deep pit. They clearly don't have it finished.
Ah, okay.
Right.
It's not a them-sized pit.
They're
It's just they're not done yet.
they're distracting each other fighting while the third one's supposed to be digging the pit to trap the first one, but he got distracted too.
With that, you are able to circle around, giving the signal that you would have set for being in position.
Signal given.
Let's do it.
Fire some arrows, or bolts, or magic.
Ray of Frost from me.
All right, give me a couple rolls. Also, are you aiming for the one that is currently winning the fight, or the one that is currently losing the fight?
Has the one that's been winning the fight been winning the whole time? Or has this
No.
been going back and forth?
It's been back and forth.
Okay.
So just
The
two of
one
them? I
currently
thought there was
winning.
3.
There's just 2 of them.
Oh.
Oof.
A 9 will not cut it, even with them distracted and flat-footed.
But what about a 24?
So you line up your crossbow shot, firing it out of your wrist gauntlet contraption, and it just rips through the air, aiming right across him as one sort of tumbles up on top of the other one before it just cuts right through its throat. It falls to the ground, bleeding out, as the other one just squeals out, "Who there?" in Aklo, which I know one of you said
Me!
spoke.
I speak
Okay.
it.
As he kind of throws the body of the other across him, giving out a quick shriek. It then just sees the 2 of you, Wave and Kalat, and begins sprinting in the other direction, directly towards Fives and Gerrit. You may make attacks if you wish. It is just in a blind panic sprint. Gives no heed to defense or observation even.
Should I continue with my attacks? Or...
Just for this very moment, it's going to be like 1 round for everyone, essentially.
Okay.
If relevant, we will go into initiative after.
Would he be in melee range?
He's running by. You could just clonk him as he goes. So
All right,
yes.
cool. Double strike or double slice. I would like to activate.
Right.
Oh, got it. And 2 attacks. Haha!
You hit.
All right, and that will hit, and with a heavy thud, he just drops back, concussed by the blow. Are you trying to knock him out or kill him? I don't remember. These are not non-lethal weapons. So yeah, just the force of your blow, you hear a loud crack from bone, as you believe this creature to never pester another again.
Don't worry, I got him.
Easy.
And is there one more? Is it reacting as well?
He was
There
bleeding out.
were only 2.
Oh, there
One
were
of
only
them
2.
was
I don't know.
Killed by the shot. The other one was bonked.
What? Oh. I had a good comeback. I was gonna say me here in Aklo. It was gonna be hilarious.
Oh, well, it's a shame. It's a shame that you wasted your potions.
Nah, it's fine. I can make more. Probably.
All right. I would like to search. Just look around to see if there's anything out of the ordinary. If they had any items on them. Anything interesting?
Quick search over them. You see, they look like they have, combined with the 2 of them and then a small pack, which has a few objects in it. It looks like they have a mess kit, of which has not been well taken care of. The utensils of which were what they were currently fighting with. Additionally, there's a small wooden ring. It's decently well made, but nothing that really fetches a good price. It looks like more of a sentimental handmade type gift. It definitely is sized for a human finger, not one of theirs. You also find one has a small bag on his side, and you find 11 frog legs in it, each only about this long, roughly an inch.
Oh, very specific amount of frog legs.
Tasty.
Would we expect like the where would something like this come from? Like, would we expect a like camp of these nearby, or is this something that would be considered somewhat common? That it's just like a couple of rogue little fey things running around?
You would know that they tend to be communal creatures, but have frequent differences with each other, and it would very much not be uncommon for one or a small bundle to split off from the main group due to
Okay.
some perceived slight or something.
So we wouldn't be like immediately looking for a giant portal to the Feywild in this hex, but maybe keep an eye out.
You would think that there's a meaningful chance that there's a larger cluster in the vague vicinity, but we're talking over miles and miles, not necessarily like in the hex.
Got you.
Okay.
It's also possible perhaps they strayed down even further and the main cluster was up in Brevoy or something of the sort. Hard to tell.
Okay. Pretty reasonable. At least they weren't super difficult to take care of. I make sure as we like are wrapping up and cooling off, I make sure to still keep an eye out for pitfall traps in this area, because that might just be like the third or fifth one that they've made.
As you're looking around, you do find one stretch of thin wire. It's a tripwire, though nothing is attached to it. It's literally just a wire between two trees.
I cut it with my claw, and then I
Slice.
get out of the way.
They were
Nothing
going to trip
happens.
someone.
There's nothing. It is definitely not like strong enough to actually trip someone. It's a trap wire that just wasn't hooked up to anything yet.
Good.
What about one of them? Would it have tripped one of them?
It's more of just like about belly height for them.
It was actually just their clothesline.
Oh, that was their finishing tape. Like they were gonna run a race if they could ever get it together, and whoever broke the wire won the race.
Yep.
I'm sure that's what it was.
Okay.
With that, you're able to continue searching around the hex, and you may mark it explored.
Yeet.
Explored.
That's another 2 rations. Or it's been a day, right?
I've already marked off the 25th rations.
Okay, cool. Never mind then.
So
That brings us into night.
day brings you to. So a full day of exploration will bring you to the 26th morning, though,
Gotcha.
because it is half day to travel,
Yeah.
full cycle to explore over a hex,
Cool.
and with another splash in the water for Wave before you head out, and anyone else who may end up bathing at some point. You may continue onward if you wish.
Are we noticing any kind of difference? Or sorry, am I noticing any difference in like the wildlife that exists in kind of these like various water bodies of water? Is it all kind of like very connected ecosystems kind of thing?
It's been pretty similar that you've seen so far. It's lots of little streams, small lakes, and the like. Generally has been similar creatures in each of them. Though the crocodile you definitely would know is not a native to something of that size. That one was likely in some way attached to the green woman you saw.
The green woman. Sweet.
Well, now I think we have kind of another decision to make. Because I think that
back to the
Our charter exists also to the west here a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then to the south is potentially more getting into like we're getting towards the Thorn and towards some bandit locations.
Mm.
My vote is to explore the forest that is to our left,
Yeah, I
or
mean,
to our
This one?
west.
I'm not opposed to kind of getting the like general area near Oleg's kind of figured out. We know
True.
we have some important information in this general area of that like archer who's been taking out hunters
True.
in that area too.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Sounds very good. Do we want to hit like this hex first and kind of do the opposite of what we did over here?
Not the moon radishes one?
Maybe.
Oh yeah, we
wanna
haven't
do-
actually explored the moon radishes one. We just walked through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I had forgotten that. That sounds like a plan.
Sweet.
Okay. Over to the moon radishes then.
Moon radishes.
Moon
gonna get-
radishes.
I'm gonna eat another radish.
Oh no.
All right. As you make your way into the forest, your travel slows down quite a bit. It will be an entire day just to traverse the hex to it, as that will bring you to the 27th morning. Or morning of the 27th, that is.
The morning of the 27th.
47.
Reducing our rations.
Markham ration.
Marking rations.
Cool.
Your night passes silently, the rain continuing to patter down around you, not having let up.
Pitter,
Here's a
patter,
question.
pitter,
If it's
Yeah.
raining, Wave, do you need to still be rehydrated if it's raining?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd imagine it would be like kind of soothing, but it's not the same level of restorative.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
Fish gills typically work, but there's a variant of my species that can deal with significantly less water. They only need to be like doused in water. But with the species that I have, like normal fish gills work by the flow of water and like the water pressure like going over the gills. Like fish, if a fish were to just not move in the water, it would actually suffocate. It has to like move past the gills and like push a significant amount of oxygen via the water through their gills.
Our fishy friend is just very, very good at holding his breath.
Pretty much.
But do you also need to breathe oxygen? Like on land?
Yes, if you were like in
Yeah.
an airless environment, you would also suffocate.
But I could be, if I had water, I could be underwater for forever. But the
Mhm.
water would have to be oxygenated.
You could not like live in space for 2 days though.
Yeah.
Because you'd die because of the lack of temperature, right?
Yeah. You would actually die because of the aliens. They just
Oh
Fair.
snap.
no one leaves.
Aliens
Wow.
famously hate fish. It's true.
It is true.
I'm gonna call just a 2-minute break there. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and refill
Same.
my water.
Okay.
I'm too
All right. While he's doing that, Colin, I have an actual question now.
Okay.
So your character can breathe underwater and on land, right? Or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so what exactly do you need to be underwater for? If you can breathe just fine above the land. If it's just drying out, then wouldn't rain also do that?
The gills need to be like fully hydrated via the breathing of the water process.
Okay.
You also have to think like this particular subspecies of my race is normally a deep sea fish type of race, like lives at the darkest, deepest, bottomless pits of the ocean kind of thing, near hydrothermal vents and stuff. Like the above land situation isn't particularly like hospitable for me at all.
Yeah, you must feel weightless here, not under all that pressure.
Yeah, it's like probably has like
I'm
a
back.
good portion of why I could have things like good physical strength and am set up for success in the that idea of like our characters being on the path to heroism, that like that special spark thing.
Hmm. All right, so I've been looking at my ancestry, and there was a whole section that I completely missed about about setting up the languages. Apparently, I get one language. I get common by default, and then I also get one. I get a one language per intelligence bonus
Mhm.
modifier plus one, and I have an intelligence modifier of 4. So I get to learn 5 extra languages.
I very highly recommend just like what's it called? Using the path builder to just recreate your character on path builder and make sure you're not missing anything, because it'll tell you exactly like what you're missing.
Yeah, I did that, and I don't remember choosing languages. Maybe it just got autofilled.
No, it might have
Languages
just not been
is
obvious.
in a weird spot on Path Builder. I don't remember where you actually fill in your languages. I think it might just, I don't know. But also, fair to look at, a new book came out, so there are a lot of just like stuff in Path Builder.
New stuff.
Yeah, a lot of it's magic-y related. But
Oh, have they updated it for the Secrets of Magic thing already?
yeah, of course. Yeah.
Damn.
All done.
Yeah, the book's out.
Reveal true name and tattoo artist. Um,
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding where the language stuff on this was. Maybe I'm thinking of the other website one.
potentially.
Yeah, I'm just redoing everything just to make sure I didn't miss anything. But
There.
also, it's got my level 2 stuff already in here for all my skill feats and stuff. So yeah, I'm just gonna bookmark this page and just use this to make sure.
If you go to on your the character sheet on Path Builder section and you tab over to details, it's right after pets. There's a language section where you can click on it and it tells you how many bonus languages you get and what starting languages you have.
Okay. Anyway, while we wait, let me just copy all this stuff over.
Wonder. Yeah. They have the mages on 2E Aeon also.
It's also on Wanderer's Guide, I think.
The source says Secrets of Magic, page 35. I don't know if that's...
Yeah,
I assume
that's the new book.
Okay.
Mortal healing.
What did I take for my skills?
There's
This
6
is-
new monk feats from Secrets of Magic. Sweet.
That's pretty sick.
There's a water stance.
Oh shit. I haven't seen any alchemist stuff quite yet.
At least on the Aeon thing, you can, when you're on the feats page, you can filter by source. So I don't know if that would help or not.
I return.
Hello, welcome back. We were just looking at some of
Hello.
the new book stuff.
Oh
There's
yes.
a water stance for monks.
What it do?
Well, in the reflective ripple stance, you gain a +1 circumstance bonus to athletics checks to disarm, swim, or trip. You gain a +2 circumstance bonus to your reflex DC to avoid being disarmed and tripped. Gives you your choice of either divine or the occult trait, matching your key special tradition if possible, and builds into rippling spin and wave spiral.
So it's basically like a combat maneuver stance rather than
Oh.
a standard fight stance.
No, sorry.
Interesting.
Also, you can make the following wave attacks that deal 1d6 bludgeoning damage. They're brawling and have agile, disarm, finesse, non-lethal, trip, unarmed, and water traits.
Interesting.
It is pretty neat. You have to be unarmored, which is not surprising.
I think that's most traits, or most
just-
stances.
There's a couple that you don't have to be, but yes,
Ah,
most of them are that way.
okay. Anyway, yes, you enter into the forest and you're planning on exploring it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Just as a quick reference note, so it is a full day to travel and enter into the forest. It would be another full day to complete an exploration. If you do not find water in it, that is 2 days, and you're not in a spot with water.
Well, that's a problem.
If you would like, you can split up explorations. So like you can half explore it and then venture back to somewhere you know has water and then return again. Or you can just explore it right now and hope to find water. You are near rivers. It's more than likely that there would be small streams that continue out, but not guaranteed.
Yeah, we'll say the river is like literally right here. And then there's also water in this and this one. So I feel like we could potentially just take a little bit of extra time and kind of like
Go to the river.
explore like this until we find a source in the hex, and then, you know, like if we came in for this way, right? So we just we enter here, do some exploring, take stock of our early exploration, and then depending on the results of that, either pop out over here or whatever.
With a good 4 or 5 hours wandering around, you eventually find a stream that leads out, likely feeding one of the northern small lakes. It's nothing huge, but it's certainly big enough for your purposes.
Perfect.
You have located water within the hex.
Yay.
As your exploration continues on, you find that as you pass near the radish patch once more, there are a group of 4 bronze-scaled kobolds. 2 of them are lying on their back, just staring up as the water falls down upon their face, while the other 2, one has just a sling in hand with a small shield in his other one, glancing out along in the forest, and the one beside him just carries a spear with 2 arms. Neither of them seem to notice you, just sort of looking about in the clearing that they're in.
The kobolds seemed relatively harmless the last time we were through here.
Though I'd prefer to not disturb them if we can help.
Yes. We can just go around or sneak through.
We
Avoiding
give
the
them
immediate area,
yeah.
continuing your explorations elsewhere. All right. You make your way through and may mark it explored.
Nice.
We'll also expand the vision slightly around it. Bing. This will take you another day.
28th morning. The dawn of the third day. And rations.
You have mapped out roughly 860 square miles of the stolen lands.
Nice.
Woo!
It's pretty impressive, honestly.
We're adventurers. Look at
We're
us doing the
adventuring.
adventuring thing.
Also,
It is
from my brief look, Alchemist doesn't get anything from the new book. But also, in the last couple hours, Archives of Nethys is just completely updated and has a new UI, which is kind of great. I don't know if everyone's just always had this, but I've never had this cool pull-out AI thing or UI thing
Where at?
on Archives of Nethys.
Oh.
They redid their menu bar.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's new.
I think I was literally on here when we started the session, and it wasn't like this.
Where do you mean? For the when you're the filter stuff? Or
When you're on the webpage and it has the bar on the left-hand side. Does
Yeah,
yours
the
just have
left
the left bar? Does it is it static, or is it you hover over it for you?
it's static.
It hasn't updated yet.
No way, but I just refreshed.
You have not been chosen.
Wait.
That's neat. I like this.
Yeah.
It's you can just go mouse over spells, occult spells, bam. There's all the occult spells.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're cheating. This isn't fair.
Ah yes, my favorite elemental spell, breadcrumbs.
Ah, yes.
Anyway though,
It's now the 28th morning. We've explored this hex. Shall we persist on directly to the left here?
Yeah, that seems like a good one to explore.
alright, I shall reveal.
Already there.
Dun.
The river continues through it, so plenty of water in this
Nice.
hex. No need to search.
I really wish that Roll20 would remember what colors I've selected for my color tools.
Oh, between sessions.
Yeah, that'd be real nice.
I believe that we're just gonna resume with searching through this hex.
So as you begin making your way down, you see two human men standing by the river, one with a fishing line out in it, the other just sitting on a rock beside him. They both have short bows slung over their backs and short swords at their side, some leather armor donned. You hear them talking from a good distance away, not seeming particularly careful. Just idle chit chat, small talk kind of thing. As one is mentioning that this ain't near as good a fishing spot as a bit south.
Well, what do you guys want to do? They could be bandits, judging by the weapons and the armor. They could also just be people out here trying to survive.
Yeah, I think it'd be silly to not have a way to defend yourself in these lands currently.
Yeah.
Could be
If it's
friendly.
just
No.
Yeah. Do we want to just go up and approach them?
We should see what they know about the area.
Maybe we leave 2 people back in case we need to ambush.
I think we can handle 2 people, regardless
Alright.
of the level of ambush.
Stride out ahead, approaching the 2 human men.
Okay.
Wave a hand.
At the sound of your movement, they both go on more of alert. Not drawing swords, but just resting hand upon them as one of them just sort of leaves his fishing rod stuck in the ground. Who are you? One shouts out.
I'm Wave. These are my companions.
Oh, you're that fishman around here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You've heard of him?
He grabs the fishing rod again, seeming calmed somewhat.
How are the waters treating you?
Not the best today.
Do I
hear-
have any knowledge that might help them find a better fishing spot?
I want to say I've heard there's a better fishing spot down south of here.
So let's see. In order, Colin, that is definitely something that with familiarity you would have, but being your like the first time you've even stepped into this area, like they're clearly not just like fools and fishing in just like a terrible spot in the river to be fishing. Nothing that there's immediate critique that you could provide. As far as getting a good location, you would have that with time in the area.
Okay.
Ah,
I,
you fools!
let
You seem to be fishing in the trees.
I let Five speak of his idea.
Yeah, we had better luck down there. Just figured we'd try our luck here. See how it went.
Hmm.
How do you know of us?
The boss told us about you. About him, anyway. And points to Wave.
Who's the
Your
boss?
Yeah, Cirlo. He runs these parts.
We know that name, don't we?
Hello,
Yes,
works
that's
for
the
us now.
smuggler.
Ah,
He's moved up in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember if we told him to keep quiet about us or not.
I almost am certain that we told them to be quiet about us.
Oh god.
You mentioned. Albert ripped through here. He was the only one to survive.
Uh,
Damn
He
shame.
was clearly
Dangerous times
constructed to
these.
say that.
we're searching these parts for that's the wrong word. We're exploring. Do you know anything about this this area? Where's Sirlo staying these days?
He turns, facing south down the river. About 10 miles downriver. This sounds basically the exact spot you found him before.
Okay, I will put a spot there.
Yeah.
Now
I need different
Cirlo's
text
camp.
color.
This right there is where the camp was.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give it one of those names.
Murder camp.
Herder camp.
Anyway, continue.
In response to your question about what's around, he mentions, well, we don't really go much further north than this. We hear there's some sort of cursed fae that kills all hunters in the area.
Ooh.
I don't know much about it. It's not something that I'd like to get into. So we'll just stick a little further south.
Fair. No fish is worth
Oh.
dying for.
Other than that, there's those rumors of that pig.
Pig?
One of them sort of looks to the other one and just says, "No, nothing real. It's just a boar." To which the first responds again, "No, we'd not have heard as many things as we have. It's just a boar. It's a devil
What
in
have you
disguise, I
heard?
tell you." He then cuts off the second man again as he says, some sort of devilish pig, boar, fiend, great big tusks. It's southwest of the camp. Maybe 20 miles. I think they said they saw it.
Is there a hunt going on for this boar?
It depends what you believe. They sort of glance to each other. One of them just sort of shakes his head, and to which the other replies, "There's something unnatural with it. It ain't worth testing." Other folks believe it's nothing more than just a boar, so they don't really bother with it. But I haven't seen it, and neither has he.
Okay. Have you guys happened to see a tree struck by lightning around here? Out of curiosity.
Lightning struck tree. There's storms every now and then, but none come to mind.
Okay.
Well, we really appreciate the help.
He gives a nod to you.
How you guys doing
Always
on
good to
ration?
find allies in these turbulent times.
Right. How are you doing on rations?
Quite well. Not all of the supplies were eaten by that damn owlbear.
Damn
Question.
shame.
We have a bunch of deer jerky, right?
Yes.
Fuzz, could I get some of that deer jerky?
Sure thing. I reach in my pack and pull out. How much do you need? I've got lots.
I don't know, half a pound.
I hand him half a pound of deer jerky.
For the
Salted or unsalted?
Do we have different kinds?
Jerky, like salted, kind of by definition.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, the unsalted kind is actually just rancid at this point.
For the information, we're in need of helpers in the area.
Oh, thank you very much. If I'd caught anything, I'd share a fish with you.
If you ever catch too many fish, I'm sure Oleg's would be willing to purchase some off you.
He just sort of like slightly raises an eyebrow but does not respond.
I walk over, or I pull Wave to the side. I don't think we should send them back to Olog's. If they find the other people that Cierlo claimed died in the owlbear accident, that might cause an issue.
We're working on restructuring. You get my drift.
I see. He gives a nod to that.
Okay.
Well, safe travels.
All right. Do we think we should just follow the river? We don't have to worry about water sources.
I'm
Yeah.
down for that, or yeah.
Okay.
Do we have more to explore on this hex still?
Yeah, this is just like traveling into it, basically, is you find.
Oh, I thought that was exploring it. Never mind.
Yeah, you have not yet explored, and also currently you're only really able to explore half this hex. There's a large river between you and the other half.
Fair point.
Maybe I can put in some extra work on the river duty, trying to find a way across the river, somewhere up further north than the Cierlo's camp crossing. What do you guys think about that?
I'd be okay with that.
Sounds fine by me.
Would be me leaving off on my own for a bit, which I'm not opposed to in the slightest, but as a thought experiment. Okay. Yeah. If I can do something like that, I'd be interested in it.
So you are just swimming upriver, is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you have heightened senses when you're in the water?
I have. What do I have? I don't remember exactly.
Never mind. I just thought of an idea, but I don't think my character would know this information. I was thinking that if we ever needed to call you, we could just like throw some blood in the river, and you could be able to sense it. But I'm like, I don't think my character would have that level of marine biology.
Generally, my assumption and understanding of it is, while you're not like, it's less of you have super heightened senses in the water, and it's more of like your senses work normally in the water, whereas anyone that isn't an aquatic race has the kind of senses that humans have when they go in the water. You cannot see that far. You cannot smell at all. Sound is difficult to make out tones and words. Like, all those things that mess up your senses in the water don't happen to Wave.
Yeah.
I'll have you know, I can smell a very watery smell whenever I breathe underwater.
Once.
Amphibious is a trait of my race. An amphibious creature can breathe in water and in air, even outside its preferred environment, usually indefinitely, but at least for hours. These creatures often have a swim speed. Their bludgeoning and slashing unarmed strikes don't take the usual -2 penalty for being underwater. Those are the only like straight mechanical things.
Okay.
Obviously, the Azucati in particular have the hydration feature, which is, while you are an amphibious being equally capable of being on land as in water, your body requires you to return to aquatic environments at least once in a 24-hour period. You must submerge in water in order to rehydrate your water acclimated skin. If you fail to do this, your skin begins to crack and your gills become painful. After 24 hours outside of water, you take a -1 penalty to fortitude saves. After 48 hours, you struggle to breathe air and begin to suffocate until returned to water. And suffocation happens very rapidly.
Yeah, suffocation is measured in rounds, I believe. So on a 48-hour time frame, that is instantly.
Well, yeah, we send our fishy friend off to do some exploration.
So you are traveling upriver. The other three of you are just gonna wait, set up like a temporary camp, basically, while you wait.
Yep.
All right. Wave. Give me a
Hello.
perception check.
Sure.
You're making your way through the water. You get a couple miles upstream of where you've left the camp, and you feel like the pressure sensation of a splash, of something entering the water, perhaps 20-25 feet out ahead of you. Though you can see clear as day that there's nothing there. Just a few remnants of bubbles from something disturbing the surface of the water.
Okay, I switch into caution mode.
All right.
Continue to move forward, looking for whatever may have disturbed the water.
Okay. You move forward, don't spot anything immediately out of the ordinary. Then you feel something brush against the bottom of your foot, mid kick for a swim. Immediately glancing back, there is nothing at all.
I attempt to swim upriver as fast as I can to see if it's something that keeps up with me, or continues to follow.
As you begin quickly swimming, you hear another disturbance in the water behind you, as if something just left the water. But again, you see nothing other than a bit of bubble and foam right around wherever this occurred.
I'll at least pop my eyes out of the surface of the water to see if I can see something on land.
You see no entity, though you spot about a 1.5 foot wide spot where it seems to be raining more intently, as if water is falling off of something that isn't there. It's circling around above you, about 15 feet in the air.
Some kind of either like invisible or elemental creature?
That is a logical assumption.
Oh, do I know anything about the elementals, like in this world?
You would know that there are elementals, and that there are basically the 4 prime ones of air, fire, earth, water, though none of them are invisible by nature. Though there are much more rare hybrid elementals, which may or may not have additional capabilities and abilities, which certainly could include that, though that's more of a specialized field of study than knowing that earth elementals exist in the world.
Okay. Then I will, I guess, attempt to keep an eye on its presence of space as I continue forward.
After another few moments, you hear a loud giggle coming from about where you're seeing the waterfall.
I pop out and say, who's there?
Another giggle. Give me a fortitude save.
No.
Oh.
The invisible entity seems to swoop down in front of you with another snicker, and a small cloud of vapor just sort of expands out around you. And for a brief moment, everything just seems really funny. Though you resist its effects fully, and you are not compelled into this hilarity that you suddenly see in the world around you. The entity is only about 5 feet from you now, just out of the water.
I attempt to reach out and grab it.
Alright, give me an athletics check.
I know how to do that. There we go. Oh, jeez.
Your hand touches something. You feel a physical contact, followed by an immediate another giggle as it begins flying up and away from you. Remind me of the languages that you spoke one more time.
Common and this one.
You hear a few words said in a language you aren't familiar with. One that... Yeah, sorry. End of statement.
Okay.
The tone itself is rather high-pitched and almost whimsical.
I am now entirely convinced as a player that this is some kind of invisible fey creature fucking with stuff. Though not sure what to do about the situation. I mean, if it used... Okay, new plan. We dive deep underwater to the bottom of the river. And if it gets close again, we try and grab it while it's in the water.
So, as a reminder, you were able to see it above ground because it was like dripping, and you could see that. When it was actually in the water, there was really nothing you could spot it with.
Right. So I'm just going to try, like, if it gets like close enough to try and puff me with its vapor again. So I don't know how that would even work underwater. Then maybe I'll try and react then.
As a quick note, the first time you did see the vapors sort of infuse with the water. It didn't seem stopped by it.
Okay, fair.
As you duck down, after another few seconds, there is another splash as you hear it re-enter the river.
Mm-hmm.
Just resting basically on the bottom now.
No, I'm still like trying to go upriver.
Oh, okay. So you're at the bottom of the river, but still moving.
Yes.
There. There's a few seconds of a delay before there's another break in the water as it seems to be back in the air once more. Then, a short time later, a splash, this time in front of you a ways. As it is in the direction you are heading. Do you alter your plan in any way?
I would do my best to try and, like, I don't know, perceive it in some other way other than vision.
It would be very difficult, but you can make a perception check to try and notice other small disturbances by it. It will be very difficult, I will let you know.
Okay. Ooh. I don't know. I also light up my glow
Okay.
just in case that helps with, like, weird shadowy stuff or something. I don't know. Maybe it'll distract it. Perception check?
Oof.
The river obscures all.
Difficult indeed.
Especially down by the bottom, lots of little fine bits of dirt and mud brushing by, making it difficult to see the tiny perceptions that would need to be spotted to spot it. Though after another few moments, you hear a voice, this time in common. You're really shiny.
And you're very hard to see. Who are you?
After you say that, you suddenly see something just pop out in front of you, as I will reveal. Oops. There we go. Okay. Into the Discord art tab.
Art.
As you see this creature in the water, as it immediately says,
Yeah.
Pervalash, what's your name?
Hold on.
Seeming to be able to speak underwater with ease.
Deciding on course of action real quick.
Consumption.
No.
Hummy nummies.
It is about 2 feet large, roughly.
Okay, I won't immediately try and reach out and grab it. Wave. I'm looking for a bridge.
A bridge?
A bridge.
I like your name.
Thank you.
Bridge. Why are you looking for a bridge? You can swim.
My friends cannot.
Are they fun?
More than me.
You didn't laugh. Most people laugh.
I'm not much of a laugher.
There's a bridge down that way, and the Pervalash just sort of points out their tail the opposite direction that you're swimming, down south. It's a long way though. The river doesn't go very far though.
What about the other way?
It looks back towards the direction you've been swimming. It takes a small turn and then it stops at the hot springs with the big frogs. Real big. Don't go there. They'll eat you.
Thank you.
I won't eat you.
That's good.
Do you want to laugh?
No, thank you.
Why?
I told you I don't like laughing.
That's weird. Do your friends like to laugh?
Yes.
Where are they?
I point back down towards the bridge. By the bridge.
Huh. Bye, Wave.
Bye.
And it begins to swim off down south, eventually breaching the water. You see it just vanish as it does.
I look around to my companions. Hey, do you feel like anybody's talking about us?
Yeah.
No one's talking about you at all.
Wave, does this in any way alter your current course of action?
Yes, I'd like to get back to my companions.
Just swimming downriver?
Yeah, slower, much slower than Pervilash.
Uh, one quick moment. Okay. All right. So back at the temporary camp, is there anything in particular that you guys are doing other than just waiting?
Pretty much just chilling, I think. Probably mixing up some just like doing some like mild experimentation kind of stuff as we're just doing downtimey things.
Um, as you're continuing your little experiments, you go to open your pack again, and not more than 15 minutes after Wave has left at this point, and you realize that all of your potions are out of order. Your mutagens are where your bombs go, your bombs are where your mutagens go, and one of your elixirs of life is just upside down.
This is very dangerous. I look around the camp at my relatively serious party, and I'm like, I don't reckon either of you rearranged my things, as I'm like trying to double check and make sure that I don't accidentally like chug poison next time I go into a fight.
One thing you do notice,
You've
as
made
you're
it
checking
very
through them,
clear.
you notice in one of your mutagens for today, there is a strip of what looks like elk jerky
Inside the mutagen bottle?
in the bottle.
Oh my God.
I lifted up. You're sure of Fives?
You've made it very clear not to go through and touch your things. I don't want my hands getting burned off.
It's very dangerous. One of my mutagens is jerky flavored.
I assure you, it was not me.
You guys might want to check your things.
I looked through my things.
As you're looking through, you notice that the two ropes of your Acklys are tied together at the end.
All right, very funny. Who did this? And I hold them out.
Give me perception checks, everyone.
Perception. Perceive.
Turns out that the Riverlands are just filled with fae who want to fuck with your shit. Or grouchy brownies.
Collectively perceive.
We do
All
perceive.
three of you hear a quiet giggle from a nearby tree, perhaps 15 feet up. It immediately is like hushed after a quick sound.
Hold on.
15 feet up. I throw, after untying my claws, I throw one of them, not to try and hit anything, but just to, rustle.
Okay.
Rustle the trees.
You hear a high-pitched which is then immediately silenced again.
Why are you just throwing weaponry at random things in the forest?
I wasn't aiming for it. I was just trying to spook it.
Oh, well, show yourself. Who's there?
He's gonna throw things at me again.
No, he won't, I promise.
Are you
You
gonna
don't know,
throw
I
things
might.
at me?
No, I would shoot spells at you, but that's besides the point.
Are you going to do that?
No, I will not do that either.
What about your funny-looking friend?
The one you
Oh,
put the
Gerrit?
jokes on.
Funny
I
looking.
did not hear what you said there, Robert.
I said the one that you played the jokes on.
Well, you're not all funny-looking.
Which one of us do you think is funny looking?
The one with the claw nail hand. It's you.
Fair. I am a little bit lopsided.
No, he's fine. You're safe.
you have any gifts for me?
Did you consume any elk jerky that wasn't in the bottle that you used?
No, I don't eat meat.
What have
Where?
you? What do you like?
What? Have we seen whatever this is yet?
Nope. You can like tell by the sound, you know where it is, and you
Mhm,
can
mhm.
see where its sound is, but there's nothing there.
We might
What?
be able to better tailor a gift to you if we could see you.
I could just tell you what I look like.
Hmm.
Oops, didn't mean to do that.
What's that, Sonny?
Yeah, have my breath here.
Looking over things that might be of interest, and it wouldn't tell me the description. Continue.
Do you like playing jokes on people?
I'm twice as tall as I have legs, and I'm very pretty.
Tall as he has legs and very pretty.
Who doesn't like jokes?
Maybe this is just the green lady that we saw attached to the crocodile earlier.
I'm
If I
not green.
If I tell you a joke, will you come down and show yourself?
If it's a good one.
Okay.
And I need to be able to tell it too.
Okay. I
He
heard
wants
this.
the rights to your own joke. Hold on. This is a publishing ordeal.
I heard this one from some fishermen a while ago. It was about a pig that was causing a lot of trouble in the forest here. Never mind, you wouldn't want to hear it. It was a
What?
bore.
What? I do want to hear it. Tell me. Tell me. There's another about 3-second pause before there's just a burst of laughter from up in the tree.
Yes.
After another second, a figure suddenly appears. I will post in art.
Art. Oh Jesus.
Oh, it's close.
It's about a foot-tall creature. Almost looks like a grasshopper body, and then a woman's torso, but with horns, shrunk to tiny sizes.
That's
I like that joke.
Well, I'm glad. I worked a lot. Worked pretty hard on it. I've been thinking about it ever since yesterday.
I just want to mention that that art looks infinitely more terrifying when you don't zoom in on it, but once you pull it up, it's like a lot less terrifying. But initially, I was like, "What the fuck is that?"
I
Has
can see
anybody ever
that.
told you you
do
belong in a
agree that
Dark
the
Souls game?
smaller it is, the scarier it is. I'm Tig Tater Tut. What are your names? And why are you biggins here?
My name's Kalat. We're
And
exploring the
Gerrit.
area.
Hi, Kalat. I didn't hear what you said, Ryan.
I just chimed in my name as well.
Hi, Gerrit. You're funny looking.
What qualifies as funny looking to you?
He's mismatch. It's
Oh.
like a mirror that's bent.
Oh, fair.
Don't worry, I'm sure the other one will grow in eventually.
But which one will look like which?
Isn't that the question?
Mm. The creature gives out another giggle. You said you had gifts for me.
The gift was the joke. It is now yours to tell.
And your
It's the
gifts?
gift of gap.
They say, looking to the other two. As it flutters down, wings unfolding from its insectoid body and landing on the ground right
I lean
before
over.
you.
Tell her another joke.
Okay, I got one. What do you call a species that is a mixture of horse, an elephant, and rhino?
Minotaur.
No. Hell if I know.
I like it.
That is yours. It is your gift.
Thank you.
Well, unfortunately,
Creature looks towards Gerrit.
I'm not too great with jokes, but you look like you're pretty fast. How would you like to be even faster
I'm
for a
real
sprinting competition?
fast.
I can
like
give
to
you one of
race.
these. I pull out 2 bottles, and I eye the one with jerky in it, and I'm like, I'll give you one of these as I pocket the jerky one, and it only lasts for a short burst. But what it'll allow you to do is run almost twice as fast as you normally can.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay,
The,
here.
the small creature steps up towards you.
Well, you didn't say the Brazil joke, Ryan.
There's no Rio de Janeiro here, or DiGiorno pizza. Those are 2 key portions of the joke.
Classic.
That's like 50% of the words of the joke don't exist in this world. I pass it one of my Drakeheart mutagens and explain. So what this will do is it will make you very, very strong for a moment. It'll make your skin very thick. But if you concentrate really hard, you can use it all in one big burst to sprint forward.
Mm-hmm. She reaches out for it.
I pass her one of my Drakeheart mutagens.
She just immediately unstoppers it and drinks it.
I can't remember.
Oh, go ahead.
How big is she?
About a foot tall.
So this is way more concentrated.
This is you picking up a keg and chugging it.
Oh, God.
But as you suddenly see thick scales begin to coat over her body, both her humanish torso and the insectoid form. As with her tiny legs, she begins to run, not terribly fast, before then suddenly picking up a burst of speed, moving at about your jogging pace for a few seconds before she slows down again, just laughing maniacally as she does.
It is quite enjoyable. I will.
Do you have any more? Turvalash would love this.
I could part with one more, but it would have to be the jerky one.
He likes jerky.
Who's Turvalash?
Yeah.
He's my friend.
Ah. Like you. Appearances and such.
Kind of.
See? Where is this Turvalash?
I don't know. Around. Do you hand her the jerky one?
I do hand her the jerky one, yes.
She just clutches it in 2 hands.
Outside of like general assumptions, do we kind of understand that this is some kind of fey creature, or
Mm-hmm.
I
That is a fair assumption.
okay? As I hand it to her, I'm like, I feel like we've encountered a lot of fey-styled creatures in this area. Is there anything that we should know about that?
There's a lot of us here.
It seems like it.
Mm-hmm. Some of us are friendly, but most of us aren't.
We
But
did.
I-
One of the family? Okay. Good to know.
To most people. As
the
long as you're
people
not
who
an angry bigot.
To people who tell you funny jokes, right?
Yeah. I like when people laugh. Turvalash makes people laugh.
We encountered some creatures that were much more unruly the other day. Actually, they were a small little. They were like blue. Looked kind of like I gestured to my hand, but like all over and way worse.
Bah! Stinky mites. They're all over the tree.
The tree? Are there more of
Big
them?
tree. Millions of them.
Millions.
And they have those. She holds up her hands. They ride on them.
The like some kind of large spider?
Oh no, spiders have 4. More.
Centipedes.
Leg worms.
Or like worms. Interesting.
worms.
Well, if you
They're
don't
very
mind,
scary. Just
if you
stay
don't
up in
mind
the air. They
sharing,
can't reach you.
where are they? Where is this tree that these things are infesting currently? Sounds like the kind of thing
It's
that
about
we're out searching
way.
for.
And she points southeast of you.
Southeast of us. Okay.
Like over towards Sorlo's camp? Somewhere in that
In the rough direction of it.
Okay. That's very interesting.
You can't miss it. You can see it from 10 miles. The big tree. Do you have anything else for me? What's in your bag? I only got to see your book, she says, looking at Kalap.
Oh, anything else for you? I usually travel light. The book is very important to me, but
Doesn't taste good.
it wouldn't. It's been places that would make it not taste good.
Did you
here.
taste the book?
I give her one of the replacement picks that come with the set of replacement picks that I have.
He takes it, just examining it for a few moments. This is too small to be a weapon for you.
This is not a weapon.
What do you do with it?
You can get into things with it. Things that would be normally locked away.
Seems to think for a few seconds before just sort of using it almost like a tiny shovel and just like picking into the earth and digging a tiny bit.
That's the idea.
Thanks.
Do you have any gifts for us?
Are you nice, Biggins?
Presumably, we're trying to make the place nice too.
Can you get rid of claps?
I'm not familiar with
what's
that
a
word,
Clap
but-
clap.
They're in the ground. They go clap.
Like are
Like
they
a
more
Venus
like a
flytrap?
plant?
No, they're metal.
Oh,
Oh.
traps.
Okay.
There's trappers in the area.
That way. And she points to the north. A little to the west.
We can definitely take a look at it. We wouldn't want anybody innocent to be injured by it for sure.
Yeah. There won't be any more claps, but we don't know how to get rid of the ones that are there.
Oh, why wouldn't there be any more?
Fell into a clap.
Oh, the person planting the clap fell into a clap
He fell.
freely. With a little bit of help?
He fell.
Okay. Fair enough. Did it injure one of your kind? Or your friends?
Not one of me, but lots of my friends.
Ah,
Well,
sounds like a bad person that needed to be dealt with. And now you need the
Yep.
removal of them.
Yeah.
So we could help out. This is in response to a gift that was being asked for.
Yeah.
So you have a gift if we can remove the claps.
Yeah.
Very well. We are waiting on another friend, so we could probably consume some of our time while waiting. Are they far?
Yeah. Maybe 8 miles.
Well, we're planning on heading that way probably in the next few days. We can definitely keep our eyes out.
Just don't step in the claps.
Very well then.
you know where they are? Where they all are? Could you not show us where they are?
They're hiding.
Oh,
At about this point, you hear another giggle off in the air to your left, as suddenly, just from nothing, you spot what was already posted, the art of Pervalash. As a quick question, Wave, I know you mentioned you were not like racing Pervalash. Are you giving a lot of time or just like following behind but tailing?
Falling behind but tailing. I assume Pervalash was probably a lot faster than me.
It seems to fly faster, but definitely doesn't fly straight or with particular intent.
That's fair.
You are able to keep up if you had wished, basically.
I'll be a bit behind, but not too far.
So the rest of you suddenly hear the creature you've been talking to just shout out, Pervalash! And the strange dragon-like creature flies over as the one you've been speaking to also leaps up in the air, both just flying around in the air around each other for a few moments. They had a gift for you! And she takes out the vial, and Pervalash just takes it in its mouth. With a heavy crunch, you hear the glass break as it just crunches down on it, swallowing it whole.
Oh. Isn't that
There's not
dangerous?
a huge change, but there's the scales on it seem to get a little bit more dense.
What happens when something with scales?
That's a
eats
fair
something that
reaction.
gets Scales.
Boy, them scales thick.
That's a weird wrapper.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I made it in a hurry this morning.
How did it taste?
It's good. That's cow. I like cow.
There was indeed meat
The
in
small dragonish creature just swoops down, and as it's flying over Kalat, you see just a cloud of vapor emit from its mouth around you. Give me a fortitude save.
Oh, no.
This is an emotion effect, which I believe you have +1s against.
Yes, I do.
there.
Emotionally unaware. No.
Much like I described when it occurred with Wave, you feel like just a sense of amusement as everything around you just seems a little bit funnier, but not intoxicatingly so that overwhelms you.
It's not very nice to do to people.
Yeah, it is. It makes them laugh. They like it.
Hmm.
Do you not like to laugh? Your friend said you like to laugh.
We do.
Untrue. I said the people, my friends at the bridge, like to laugh.
Well, they're the first ones we found.
Well, laughter of something that's provocating for it is one thing, but altering one's consciousness to induce laughter is a little bit different.
No.
For example, jokes. Jokes are great gifts, aren't they?
Yeah.
yeah. Go ahead and
nods along with it.
go ahead and tell your friend the new joke you learned.
Another time. I can't. Not right now. I'd laugh. I wouldn't get through it.
Gotta practice.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Why are you all here? This is Take Tut again.
We're exploring, and now in part, trying to remove some claps.
But why right here? Why are you here? She points to the ground that you're over.
Well, that's a bit existential, isn't it? What if I was, and I take a step to the right, over here, what you found? We are here because this is where we
Why
are.
are you here? And she points a wider circle around you.
Because I happen to be here in the last several hours.
Mhm.
We are waiting. And resting. Before adventuring again.
You're adventurers.
We are, in a manner of speaking. Explorers, probably more the part right now.
Mm. That's exciting. Have you ever been in a dungeon?
Well, it depends on what you constitute as a dungeon. Thinking back to my previous days, you could say that, yes.
That does sound exciting.
I mean, not most days. In fact, a lot of adventuring sometimes is boring. But that's not always the bad thing.
What's the boring part of it? And as she speaks, Pervalash then says, "We gotta go. It's time to turn the pigs," and begins just flying straight up. "Oh, I gotta go," and Tig Tittertut takes off flying after him.
Oh no.
Time to turn the pigs.
Time to turn the pigs.
Is this like a straight vertical column before they get out of sight and then go away, or is this something that we can follow?
It's like they go up for a ways. Also, it's not actually straight up. It's more like a spiral up. Though they seem to then be flying southwest.
Across the river.
Yes.
Oh. If I was a smarter person, I would say a clue.
Mhm.
But I'm not. Where's Wave at?
I'm sure he's on the way.
Wave definitely could arrive at about this time.
And Fishman appears out of the river beside you.
Honestly, I'm just glad that those ones were friendly. They had quite the jump on us.
Hello. I had the weirdest experience.
You're telling us. What happened to you?
Some invisible fey creature tried to force me to laugh.
Oh,
I think
We
we
just
might have
experienced
met them. Or one of them, at least.
This one told me that at the end of the river, there are hot springs filled with giant frogs. Dangerous frogs. I assume like the ones we saw earlier. But it is the way around.
That's useful. Ours told us that there's a big tree to the south that's infested with those mite creatures that ride on
and
either spiders or centipedes. It was kind of vague, but
worms with legs. Where's the description? Also,
She also said they
claps.
fly, right?
Sorry, one more time.
She also said that they fly, right? The
The
things the mites ride.
No.
Oh. Okay. Thought she said something about them being flying in the air or something. I don't know. But okay, my bad.
Not that I recall intending to imply.
I probably just misheard.
well, if there's a relatively close way around the river, I'm not sure what brand of giant frogs these may be, but I'd be willing to check out some hot springs.
There's also traps in the area to the northwest.
I think we should clear the traps first so that we don't have to worry about them while we go to the springs.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah,
Also-
that's relatively on the way, right?
Also, they left in a hurry saying they have to go turn the pigs. Did yours say anything interesting about pigs?
No, but it lines up with those fishermen stories earlier.
Okay.
Mhm.
Just checking.
The one I spoke to didn't say much other than that I was boring.
Yeah, you have to win them over by telling them a joke. We learned that.
They were pretty straightforward in their demands.
Human swimming capabilities.
All right, so to the north.
Wave looks mildly dejected, but yes, to the north.
What Gerrit was like actively putting on a like having a straight face front, and then when when Fives says that, he just like puts his face in his hands and turns away.
Uh,
Clip claps,
so-
I think, are next.
Over the next period of time, at some point, Kalat, as you are just reviewing your spellbook as you commonly do, you notice that your page that contains
these things.
message has just a tiny bite taken out of the corner. Just about a half an inch wide. Not enough to get any of the ink that is inscribed upon it, but there's just a tiny bit missing.
Also, I learned something very, very interesting and kind of creepy recently. So apparently, when there's like too many grasshoppers in an area, and they're like, so they're like in a situation where they're like overpopulating. When grasshoppers rub up against each other, it causes a burst of like chemical serotonin in their brains that causes their bodies to transform and turn them into locusts. And that is how locusts are born. Like they're just hordes of grasshoppers that become overpopulated and then turn into locusts. And then
Yep.
so don't when we see her next, don't rub her up with another grasshopper.
That's
I don't want
wild.
to see locust version of her.
That's just one of those like terrifying real world things. Like imagine if that was just like another creature, like just like, oh yeah, dogs, dogs. Oh, by the way, if two dogs just like brush by each other, they turn into like rabid wolves.
This is like some weird fucked up version of Pokemon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Real life is a weird fucked up version of Pokemon though.
Pokemon, the most normal version of real life.
So, with that, what direction would you like to go?
Think.
I think I like the idea of clap traps. Getting rid of the clap
Clap
traps,
claps.
the butt claps, and also then making our way to the hot springs. Though it sounds like it's probably going to be filled with those like poison frogs that with the big teeth, and I don't know how many of those we can take on at once.
Yes is the
But-
answer.
But if we could eradicate them, then that would be very good. And if that's their like nesting grounds, then it seems a good a place as any.
Hot springs.
Plus, then we could build a hot springs facility
Just
there.
Imagine all the frog goo we could get that would have to be cleared out of the hot springs.
Yeah, frog goo, my favorite.
So, claptraps, we are heading to the north.
Yeah, they pointed generally northwestish.
So keep going. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm gonna go grab a drink too.
Alright,
And
I
use
will
the
All right, I
reveal
guess we're
the
taking a
head.
break.
We will call a little
Goodbye.
break. I meant hide areas. I meant reveal areas. am now undead.
He is now undead. I'm so glad. There's little fey giblets everywhere. Beyond the Witchlight is coming out very soon, and I have it on the way from Amazon.
Beyond the Twitch light?
I think it's Beyond the Witchlight, the
Oh,
Feywild
oh,
D&D
yeah,
book.
yeah.
I'm so excited for it. I'm actually just a Chris Perkins fanboy.
Okay. So Dooms.
Hello.
So Colin found out that in the Path Builder 2e, languages is all the way in a hidden section, so I never filled it out. But I have 6 languages that I know.
All right.
And to be fair, I did not pick the aquatic one because I feel like that would kind of be cheap to go retroactively go teach myself a language.
I am totally fine with you picking that if that is a language that you would have wanted regardless.
I would not have known about anything for any of the languages, so I just picked a different one.
Oh.
But I do have my languages filled out now.
What do you know?
Let me go back to it. I know Common, Orin, Celestial, Elven, Necril, and Sylvan.
Okay.
Wow.
Hello.
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 Yeah, looking through the stuff, I think that I am almost entirely unaffected by the new book coming out, which is understandable, considering that there's very few, even magic-leaning things that I would pick up. Outside of, maybe, general or a skill feat that is, somewhat unique coming from it. But I don't even think there's anything really in that. I think there was one that gives you the ability to, cast a cantrip as a breath weapon.
I like both my new stances, but I also just want to take all of the monk stances. So
I've got my feats planned out to level 56.
the other one, I get both the water stance and a fire stance. The fire stance gives me move speed.
Is that the one where you ranged attack fire? Or am I thinking of a different stance?
This is a new fire stance.
Oh, okay. In the new book so far, I've really only looked over Magus and Summoner, but I haven't really looked outside of just the 2 classes.
Mm-hmm.
The Stoked Flame stance has punches that do a d8, and if you crit, they take 1d6 persistent fire damage, and while you're in the stance, you gain a 5-foot status bonus to your speed, and if you have incredible movement from Monk, increase the benefit from incredible movement to a 15 status bonus plus 5 feet for every 4 levels beyond 3rd.
Okay. Were the summoners completely unbearable, or do they seem pretty nice overall?
I'm super excited for Summoner.
Yeah.
A friend of mine is running a one-shot this weekend, and I'm playing a Summoner in it.
Nice.
The 30-second synopsis of them is the Summoner themselves has Magus style casting where they only have 2 slots of 2 different spell levels that just go up as you level up, but they don't they don't accumulate all the spells previously. It's just the 2 of the top 2 that they can cast. And then they essentially have 4 actions per turn to split between them and the Eidolon.
Okay.
And you have to share one to everyone, so you can never take like all 4 or anything like that. But
Okay.
I think the gist of it is like the Eidolon is a martial, but is not as good a martial as if you just were a fighter. The summoner is a caster, but is not as good a caster as if you were just a sorcerer. So it's like you can do both, but you're not as good at either as a more specialized person with a bit of your own special summoner stuff in there as well. I really like them conceptually.
It's
You
like
also have
a
a shared health pool.
Ooh. So it's kind of like
Oh.
a highly flavored Gish, as opposed to just like I hit things with my sword and do magic off of it. It's like I do magic. My friend does all the sword things.
Yes, it is a Gish in 2 parts.
You remember a Ritualist from Guild Wars 1 at all? They remind me so heavily of that. Or it's just kind of like almost like occulty, but the Ritualist was like they were
They
a
were the one that made all the
caster,
spirits that
but
attack
they
things.
made the spirits that attack
Yeah,
things.
okay, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm super excited though. But anyway, you travel onward, and you may advance the day and the location of your marker as you venture into the next hex. I am going to take a guess that you are moving slower than you normally would, as you have specifically been told that there are hidden traps here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Inventory.
So they are sounds like they're like hunter traps, and so I kind of and they're like bear hunter traps kind of style, it sounds like. So I'm expecting there to be some like signs of human intervention of placing these things down
Wait.
in places.
Is Kalat back?
Yeah, do you not see
Yeah.
Oh, his camera's off. Never mind.
his
What?
camera's
But
on?
I see it.
I do not. I do
Right.
now.
There you
Okay,
go.
there you
That's a you thing, my man.
No, it said you were. It said it was turned off.
go. Oh,
Well,
now your camera's turned
goodbye.
off.
I turned it off.
Hello again. Okay, so, as you are moving along, everyone give me a perception check.
Perception.
Any way I can
I-
use survival to assist in this, from like a trapper's perspective?
Not in this particular roll.
Okay.
As you are just sort of setting up camp mid-travels, as it takes you a full day to get through the dense forest, before anyone has actually gone to rest, Gerrit,
Yes.
you spot something in a tree about 30 feet away. It looks... Here, let me actually... Sorry, I should have just had this for you, but I've got it now. It looks sort of like a frogman, though very different than the one you have fought before. I am posting in art. And while they're
Yeah,
certainly not common, you would at least recognize the species as a Gripply,
Gripply.
a intelligent species of frog-like humanoids. They are small in size, about 4 to 4.5 feet tall, and they definitely don't have much in the way of strength, but they make up for it in their nimble and cleverness and their natural poisons, which they often apply to weapons.
time to
You
fuck
see
up,
this
frog
one?
god.
This one has a bow just sort of looped around its shoulder, but not drawn. It just is sort of hugging onto a tree about 30 feet in the air, looking down at your group.
I do my best to casually point out its existence to the group. There's a chance that these are the creatures that our friend Tig had mentioned earlier at the hot springs.
What do we
I
know
hadn't
about
considered-
Grippleys?
Ah,
Let me pop up the quick reference thing.
I will mention that or he stated that they would eat me. This thing doesn't look capable of that, but who knows how Fey minds work.
I do not have this one on the quick reference, but I will have you roll. This is fine to be open. Give me society rolls.
Ooh,
Society.
finally! I knew I became an expert in that for a reason.
Can I use Nanite Surge in this instance to recall a piece of knowledge?
You may.
All right.
We live in a society.
We're killing it today.
I gain 2 to this roll.
We're killing it today.
Woo!
All right. All of you are aware of this, as that is quite a set of rolls you've got there.
You, we know you.
Ripley are a rather rare but not unheard of race around these parts. They have strong neutral-leaning general alignments, but particular tribes certainly vary off from that with relatively high frequency. They're not known as being violent by nature, though there definitely are isolated groups that from what you've been told can be range from dangerous to outright lethal with their aggression towards unfamiliar outsiders. Though the majority of them generally are just shy, reserved groups that would rather just not interact with you than have anything beyond that.
I mean, I kind of in my same hushed tones that we're sharing as we're sharing information. I wouldn't mind testing the waters if we need someone to.
I could perhaps get closer a little bit using the brush as advantage. Upon getting close enough to it, perhaps I can attempt to communicate with it.
I'm good with
Or
either
attack
option.
it. Or perhaps you guys can, and then I will attack from close.
Attack?
You tried diplomacy, and if it doesn't work, I will be close at hand.
Yeah, go for it, Gerrit.
Gerrit kind of makes it known that we see the thing's presence because it was already looking at us, basically, right?
Yes.
I attempt to like walk away separately and take cover in the foliage.
Give me a stealth check.
No.
The open clearing that you've chosen for your camp makes it quite difficult. You'd be surprised if you've snuck away unnoticed.
I sort of like hail it, and I'm like, hello there. Is there something we can help you with?
There's a few seconds of silence before it calls out softly. No.
Oh, I love it.
Are you just gonna sit there all night, or we have some spare rations if you would like?
There's another second of hesitation. Okay. And it begins to slowly climb down the tree, shimmying down with its limbs.
I kind of nudge at Fives to whip out the good china, so to speak.
Okay.
we got guests coming. These are the in-laws.
Good.
Don't make the lasagna. You know they hate it.
I now need art of a Gripply adventurer eating lasagna and being like, ugh.
I
I'm
have
sure
funny
that does
feeling
not
that you won't
exist.
find that.
That's a
I
niche for
guarantee that
sure.
doesn't exist anywhere. Brand new art.
Brand new sentences. I kind of just make some like I welcome it into our like kind of area and see how it's faring, or if it's like
It definitely walks up a little bit cautious, but not seeing any immediate hostility. It seems to calm slightly as it approaches forward and just like sits down on an overturned log.
you
And reaches out and adjusts
Through
your
the
perspective.
I realized that I still had it at my like walking position, so I was super low.
you seem rather friendly. Is there? I assume there's more of you in this area. More of your people.
Anymore.
Oh, what happened
Also,
to them?
brief aside, because I can't keep it in, but how fucking hilarious would it have been if he got down off the tree, walked towards us, and stepped in a trap?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! There's just one in our camp that we missed with our incredible perception checks earlier.
Sorry. So someone said something in response, but I don't recall who or what.
I said, what happened to them?
Boggart invaders. They killed in the night. I was hunting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that.
I
How many
will
of their
hunt
were-
again.
How long ago did this happen? How many
2 moons.
sunsets? Very recent. Our condolences. Do you know how many there were?
No.
Do you have a plan for your revenge?
I shall claim one. And then another.
Sounds like a solid plan.
We had our
Have
own
fun.
run-in. We had our own run-ins with the Boggarts.
Foul stench creatures.
Slowly pan my head towards Fives. Agreed. We have claimed one already. About a week back at this point.
You know where they live.
In our home. He just takes an arrow in hand, not held aggressively, but just kind of points with it to the southwest end of the river that you call Thorn.
Lines up with what Pervilash and Tig told us.
Seem much
Does
more
it?
like the people-eating kind of frogs.
Are
And
we?
Wave.
Are we
Remind
going
me,
to?
Wave. Oh,
Sorry,
go ahead.
I was gonna. Are we wanting to go and fight them? If so, we might be able to bring him along. He seems like he would be a ally in his quest for vengeance.
Waves, you had said that the Pervilash creature, we had to go there anyways, right?
We didn't have to, but we already set our goals earlier on eradicating this area from the Boggarts and their giant frog steeds.
We were going to use that area to pass over the river.
It just seems to be confirmation the whole way around then. I think his quest is our quest.
The frog slowly shakes its head. I must do this alone. Restore my family honor.
All right, I can respect that.
I Wave nods his head in agreement to that.
And so I lean over. I'm like, so we're going in after he's completely wiped out, right?
I have somewhat of a proposition. Instead of it being a slow battle, one at a time, with our help, with you leading the charge, of course, it could be a much more explosive statement.
They must feel the terror my children felt.
All the more
It
reason to
must be slow.
all the more reason to take them on the way they presumably rushed into your camps and did whatever it is that they do.
Gerrit, if it is a matter of family honor, then it is a matter of family honor.
Yes.
Your honor doesn't need to end up with you dead. It was a group of them that overwhelmed your entire tribe, right?
I know that I will likely fail, but I must try.
But if you fail without getting any vengeance, then what have you done? We can help make sure that you get your vengeance.
I will join my family again.
I'm on the side of the Gripply. I would do the same.
I'm all for brashness, at least most of the time. But I do think that we could genuinely help here. I think your family would prefer you living on in their memory than dying in vain on a mission that you wouldn't even be able to complete.
Does
I
our
think-
societal checks
I-
about Gripply
No, hold
nature
on.
tell us whether or not they'd be okay with dying?
I think you presume too much, Gerrit. That's how your people live your lives, but for these people, I don't think you could possibly know their honor any more
As-
than I could.
As a quick note, Kalat, you would know that there basically there isn't a common Gripply answer. The
Mhm.
different families, different tribes, different societies will have different gods and codes. It is they are as diverse a society as humans.
I understand that. I'm not much of a family man myself, but just food for thought. We would be, or at least I would be, happy to help in the extermination of some pests in the area.
After I am gone, should I fail, please take this vengeance.
All right.
Can we at least help you get started?
You have helped. And it gives a strange looking expression that you would assume is some sort of smile from a Gripply.
Very well then. How much time do you need? If you don't return to a meeting place within a certain amount of time, then we will go in after.
I shall strike every 3 days until I or they are no more.
Can you find your way back to this point pretty reliably?
Yes.
I walk up to a nearby tree and I take out my sword and I just put a deep gash into it. Every time you return here, every 3 days after a strike, make another gash, and we will keep track that way. If we return here and do not see the appropriate number of strikes, then we will know that you have failed, and we will move in.
I shall. You are honorable. I thank you for your kindness. May I share your camp tonight?
You may.
Absolutely.
with that, the Gripply unslings a small bag and takes out a good number of small fish, no longer than about this big each, and just kind of holds them out. I am unsure what your kind eats,
I
but
give him
it
a
is
bit
to
of a
share if you wish.
sorry. I give him a bit of a crooked smile.
He just sort of extends one frog-like hand out a little closer to you, a fish upon it.
I'll eat some fish.
Yeah. I will indeed eat some fish and offer some of our own rations as well.
What is your name?
I am.
I do my best to actually memorize that.
You are able to like remember the sound, but it is made with organs that you do not possess, and I, as a human dungeon master, also do not possess.
Do you, forgive my ignorance. Do you have a written language?
Gives a
I
nod.
open up a page of my spell book and I offer to him, would you be willing to write your name? And
He-
whatever else you wish to carry message by in your remembrance.
It takes down the small piece of charcoal I presume you offer, or do you have charcoal or quill? How do you write? As a quick question.
So the book itself has seen a lot of tattered use because it made its way across the country to the west. So it was whatever I had. There's bits and pieces that are charcoal, and there's sometimes where it's quill and ink. Right now, I probably have bits and pieces of both. It's whatever he prefers.
He will take the piece of charcoal then, and he writes down. Looks more like a sigil than a word, though it is not in a language that you are familiar with.
I feel like every time I interact with Pathfinder World, I'm like, I want to make another character. I can make so many characters.
That's a mood right there.
The D&D mood.
We have
With
reopened the guild.
With the sigil drawn, he hands you back the charcoal and book.
Thank you. I'm Kalat.
Nice.
May your hunting be prosperous.
It is an honor to meet each of you. And he just slowly looks like each of you in the eye as he speaks.
All right, well, looking over the sigil, this doesn't look to be the name Brutus, so I think we're good. Caesar, let's go to bed.
Yeah, camp for the night.
With that, the rest of your evening passes without incident. And unless there's anything that anyone would have, he will depart in the morning.
Good.
During my watch, would he extend small talk?
Yeah. He'd stay up just like about a little bit on each end, basically, of the night. Doesn't have too many profound insights unless you're trying to ask something specific, but is happy to just converse.
It's just general conversing and like what his it's like a bit for him to get out like any bits of things that he wants to be remembered in his wake sort of thing, but also small insights of like, what is this place that you live like? What kind of features are there that we can use in the incoming, battle sort of thing, but without directing it to be that.
Yeah. As far as the location itself, you get that it is a set of pools of hot springs, and that there's a powerful sulfuric scent in the air from the chemical reactions beneath it. There's outside of that, it is like the immediate area around it looks almost more swamp-like than anything else, as the ground just kind of bubbles up with this underwater chemical geyser that is causing the hot springs. Lots of very low vegetation that a 3-foot frogman could very easily stealth behind and move unseen. It'd be possible for one of your size to sneak around with it, but it's less of an easy task than it would be for him.
And a quick reminder, the boggarts, were they larger than the Gripplies? in
Yes,
general?
they are about your size.
Okay.
Also mentions that they're massive beasts. Were native, but the boggards seem to have an unnatural sense with them, and often adapt their personalities to match their own. Though if separated for long enough, they will return to their more natural state. You definitely don't get the feeling that he like particularly values the frogs that they ride, the slurks as you know them to be called, though doesn't view them as the enemy either. They're like a horse of an enemy knight, essentially.
You said they are native to the area?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Other than that, he's just happy to converse and speak. You definitely get the feeling through talking with him that like in his mind he died on that raid. There's
Mhm.
nothing for him, whether he succeeds or not. His life is done.
Respectable.
I
Tragic.
wish him luck on his attempts.
Yep. I definitely make no offers to change his mind. So.
And with that, he is very respectful, happy to have shared an evening with you, and will depart.
All right.
Every 3 days.
So my thought is that we have something to do over here, which is clear out these traps in this area. We also have the hex to our right, and we also have the ability to take a trip back to Oleg's. So we've got plenty of things to kind of do in this area as we wait for his mission to succeed or fail.
Yeah. We also get to explore this whole tile too, outside of the trap
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah, because as a quick reminder, this whole thing happened like you're basically like just entering the hex when you were setting up camp for the night.
So
Right.
I think we've got plenty of stuff to keep ourselves busy while he makes his attempts. Is all I meant.
Yep.
Yep.
Agreed. So why don't we explore here and get rid of the traps?
Yeah.
All right. So on the next day, give me another set of perception checks or survival checks. You can use whatever is whatever is higher.
Survival. Am I right?
They are the same, but it is different because I have it.
Well, my survival's
Shit.
-1, so.
Oh. Oh
Oh
no.
yeah, let's go.
Something in those fish that I ate last night.
Fives and Gerrit. Both of you are able to spot a number of very well disguised hunting bear traps. Any sort of respectable hunter will place flags, will in some way signal like intelligent creatures that there's game traps here to warn. There are nothing for this. They are well disguised. They look like they are as made to hunt travelers as they are beasts.
Assholes.
It also clearly has whoever has been doing this has like taken care to obscure their own presence, brushing away footprints and the like, trying to blend this into the scenery as much as they can. Additionally, the bear traps themselves are equipped with a number of additions. Essentially, in addition to just the clamp itself, there are a number of serrated spikes, which would basically break off in the leg of whatever stepped on it. Even if you were able to get out of the bear trap, it would likely be lethal over time if you did not have someone with good medical treatment.
Blech.
That is horrible.
Does this line up with the general area of that evil hunter?
It definitely seems to be that spot.
So judging, bad hunter man, 2 tiles west, check. 1 tile south, check.
Yeah. But also already dead.
Apparently. Now we just gotta clean up after his mess.
Once you're aware of it, though, you're relatively easily able to just find a decent log and activate it with that before you're able to uproot it from where it is, so that it can't be easily reset.
Find a approximately 9.5 foot stick that
it
oh,
loses
well-
about a foot in length each time you use it.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I would like to, once we start disarming some of these, probably spend a very lengthy amount of time to try and see if there's any kind of idea of how long ago these were set and what the most recent one would have been.
They seem set over a decent length of time. The most recent that you found probably being at least a week and a half to 2 weeks ago, but it's hard to get it down to a science. Some just even have bits of moss and such growing over them that you would expect to have been here for months, perhaps even reaching seasons.
Okay.
Also, every now and then you do come across one that seems already sprung, often with a skeleton of some sort of animal inside.
Question.
Yes.
Are the traps themselves salvageable?
They potentially could be. They definitely have. They're essentially very heavy duty bear traps. They will be a substantial amount of weight, but they could be brought. They're also something that would take some real time to set up. It's not something that you could just deploy in a round or anything like that.
I'm thinking more for bringing back to Oleg's and selling or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they could be gathered, especially given a few trips. There are a number of them.
Okay. I'd be interested in doing that. Not necessarily for over several trips, but maybe as many as I could reasonably.
just
kind of
one
carry
haul
with me.
of
Yeah.
And we bury the rest.
Yeah, I think so. Bury or destroy.
Are they
Correct.
destroyable?
Is anyone trained in thievery?
I am.
Yes.
You would know, just studying the inner workings of it. There's a couple small pieces that if you just remove this little piece, even someone that's trying to activate it, it won't work. It won't lock and won't spring closed. It's just basically a big piece of metal that's kind of sharp. It is a trivial task for someone with training to be able to identify that, and you can basically remove those pieces from each of them. And it's not something that you could jury rig back together easily. You'd basically need those specific replacement parts to reactivate the trap.
So they're effectively trivially destroyable as we need to.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely think render any of them that we're not bringing back right now as unusable.
Yep.
All right. You are able to do so, and over the course of the day are able to both pacify and explore this hex.
Nice.
Let's go. Quest complete.
Sorry, we were playing WFRP. Everybody needs to roll on a 7 or below. Each of you loses a limb
Yes.
and rolls madness.
Yeah, no, everyone else rolls madness when they see you lose a limb.
True.
You just auto fail the madness.
I want to grow a new chaos limb out of my missing one. This one's gonna be a tentacle.
Your detached arm grows a chaos limb out of it.
So with that, you may advance the day, counter ration, and draw the exploration border.
For numbers, it is the 30th morning.
The 30th morning.
The morning of the 30th.
Also, while we do the logistics things, one of the things that caught my eye when I was skimming through the new Magus stuff is the fact that they just have the ability to use books as shields at the same time as reading them, which I think is just absolutely hilarious. Like the fact, like, using a book as a shield is one thing, but the fact that you also get a bonus to recall knowledge because you're actively reading the book at the same time is really just it's the cream on top.
I do like that.
Do we find water in this hex?
Oh yes. There's a number of offshoots right by the river.
And now Tig owes us a gift.
If we ever see Tig again.
Maybe they'll bring us a pig.
I'm sure we'll see him again.
Okay. So that was a day.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Go to the right, explore the next one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
How many traps are we walking away with?
You are able to. I do not have a great real world knowledge of how much heavy bear traps would weigh. I will say that you are able to walk away with what you would expect to get perhaps 10 gold for.
Okay.
10 gold.
I
and
will
bear
add that
trap.
to the party tab.
That's a good way of expressing it.
And with that, I have revealed your next hex as you make
Oh.
it back out of the forests.
Risto.
Your journey out goes without incident, taking you to the afternoon, and then do you begin exploration, or do you just travel right on to Oleg's?
Exploration.
Yeah, let's explore it. We're already
Alright.
here.
You get a few hours into the evening, about like 6 o'clock time frame in the afternoon, or in the evening, when
One quick question. Sorry. Is the hex that we were just in, is that the limit of our charter space? Or does it go one more tile?
it goes 2 more tiles in that direction.
Nice. We're
I
rich.
thought it was 3 tiles in each direction.
It is not quite symmetrical.
Ah, okay, but the charter line on the right side is correct.
Yes, you have that right.
Cool.
Damn it, stop taking away my color.
Yeah.
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 So, as was saying though, at about 6 or so in the afternoon, everyone give me a perception check.
I'm feeling very perceptive. Not
Feeling
today.
very 17 today.
What was that, 5s?
I'm feeling very 5s today.
Aha!
I got a 5
did
in my roll.
I'm feeling Price is Right and one-upping you.
As you're traveling, you seem to spot another group at about the same time they spot you. 6 small, bronze-scaled kobolds. 2 with spears, 2 with small shields and swords, and 2 with slings and shields. As they spot you, they immediately sort of scurry together, cramping up as weapons are generally pointed towards you. You can hear sound of them talking amongst each other, but are too far away to make out words.
Well,
even you
if they
understand the language.
generally point towards us, then we lieutenantly hail them.
I wave my hand in the air in a sign of greeting.
After another moment, one of the ones with the sling hurls out a rock. It's clearly like well out to your left in sort of what looks like a warning shot, as opposed to something that was actually intended to hit anyone. More speak amongst each other in the group.
I
Okay.
call out loudly in Draconic, and basically say, everything's fine here. We're not attacking. Are you on your way to the moon radishes or from? Or whatever it was they called them.
Moon radishes.
Did they call
Moon
them moon
radishes.
radishes?
Well, we changed the name to Murder Radish
Right.
at the start of the session.
I just forgot if the kobold that we talked to had called
Murder
them
bog.
like sleep snacks or something.
As you call out to them, one of them just shouts back, also in Draconic. Off our land!
I kind of turn to everyone like, I've reached a moral conundrum.
I can't speak it, but that one looked kind of angry when it yelled at you.
They're yelling for us to get off their land.
Their land.
Moral
Tell them to
conundrum.
produce their charter.
I don't think
This
that
is
they respond to that.
this is certainly a predicament.
Is
One
it time
slings
to
another
remove the
rock.
indigenous
It's a
people?
little bit closer, but still far enough away that you don't think it was actually aimed at you.
How far? What's our distance right now?
About 50 feet.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
I wish I knew more about these scaly creatures. I'd rather
we
be
yeah, I was gonna.
allies than anything else, but
What?
how do we
Yeah.
achieve that?
We are. Oh yeah, I can't talk to him. I was
It's-
if
going-
there's
really
anything you want to
difficult.
say, I'll translate. But
okay.
It's
I-
really
I w-
difficult.
I wanted to say we're not here to take your land from you. We're just here to map it out. Well,
I mean, we kind of are, right? We're in the process of removing all of the things that would be harmful to our establishing peace in the area. And if we are just random people walking by and they want to threaten us, who's to say somebody less defensible won't be
Yeah,
murdered
that's
because
true.
of it?
I think that's a good point. I paused for a second to like try to think of the best way to phrase it. I yell out something along the lines of like, we're peaceful and want peace, but if you're not, we're not.
Clan Great Shield, spawn of Great Dragon. Off our land.
Before
We not give another warning.
Okay, before
Go
you
ahead.
finish, the moment I take, or the moment that they seek to take hostile action, I would be willing to fire a spell. So if it looks like
they do not immediately go to attack, seeming to still try and just get you to back down.
I think we should leave this as a problem for a different day. Honestly. If we attack these kobolds, then we are potentially forever an enemy.
I don't know that that's the undesired outcome, though. That's just 6 less enemies to deal with in the future.
Enemies? Our dealings with the kobolds have been good up until this point.
Our dealings with some kobolds. These are not the same colored kobolds, are they?
They've all
They
been
are.
bronze scaled.
Oh, okay.
Also,
I missed that.
I don't know if Gerrit translated everything, but they mentioned Clan Great Shield, which was the same clan name you heard before.
okay. I would like to point out to the group that I do have some moon radishes if we want to try and drug them a little bit.
You might have some moon jam if you.
Yeah. Keep in mind that when those were checked just about a day or two later, they were
Oh,
oozing liquid, completely like spoiled and rotted.
No. They're fermenting. They're even more potent.
I'm just saying somebody who's addicted is addicted.
I
Yeah.
I call out again. I say Man, I don't know.
Did we get a name of any of the ones that we helped?
Not that I can recall.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Shame.
I call out again and I say, your clan works for us now. What do we do to be the new head of your clan?
You see just fury take over the faces of the front. We are going to be moving into combat.
Negotiations have broken down.
The only thing I say to the group before we get into this combat is, try not to kill any of them.
I look at Gerrit. What did you just say?
I thought they would
That one was-
appreciate.
Particularly pissed.
I thought they would appreciate the flex. I'm really not that good with the indigenous like culture thing. We just went over this.
True. I like that.
Give me just one quick moment.
Yeah, I think
Your clan
Like,
works for us.
ultimately I would really like to have these kobolds at some point be like an ally or at least like a neutral force in these lands. But I don't know if we're particularly well equipped at the moment for securing that allyship yet. We'll see, I guess.
I've placed text in our hex just in case we don't get back to it, but we have not finished exploring this hex yet.
Yeah.
Despite all the lines around it.
I was thinking about that earlier. We could just like trick ourselves into thinking we explored something by exploring everything around it perfectly.
Okay. I have dragged you to another map. You should have sight. Tell me if you
Have
just
sight.
see a black screen.
I say
Have sight.
Have
I
sight.
see 6 dead kobolds.
I think also
this is
Oh.
a nice map.
it works out pretty perfectly. This is a nice map. It's so big. It works out pretty perfectly because like Gerrit's heart is very much in the correct place, but the idea of asking a clan which one of them you have to beat up to like claim dominance is never gonna work out well. The idea is probably sound, but
Yes, that's like if we find their head kobold and beat them up and are like, "You are under us now," then I think that would work with my understanding of how kobolds function. That might be hard to do though.
that was literally Gerrit's idea, except he was like, "I'm just gonna ask them which one it is."
Which one of you do we have to kill to make you like us?
So you may rearrange yourself in that same general area if you want someone to be in the front or someone to be in the back, but you may not pass further than this line.
Oh, I'll probably be in the front line because
Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm running in.
I think I'm the one of the tanky.
Also, the ones with swords in the art actually have spears.
Okay,
Fair.
good to know.
They're adorable. Get in here and
All
some
right.
kobold art. Are those dual wielding shield boys?
They actually have a shield
They're-
and a sword, but the art
It's 2 pans. They're cast iron pans.
How do you? There's not even that much art in the world of anything that has dual wielding shields. The fact that there's a kobold one and they're frying pans, like that's character material.
He's got a
in the
ladle.
making.
He's
has
got a ladle in
hanging.
his back
He
pocket
does.
too.
That's great.
Absolutely wonderful.
but with that, one person 1 second, sorry. I can speak again.
Welcome back.
My voice just said no in the middle of that. Okay. One person among you will make an initiative roll. Using your average perception of +5.
I think it's only fitting that Fives does it then.
Oh yeah, so true.
I was gonna say Kalat because I think he has the perception of +5 already set.
Gerrit is the one who actually has a 5.
Oh yeah, true that.
Gerrit also caused this mess. I nominate Gerrit.
All right.
Okay. I will perceive.
Oh,
Hey, don't worry, they did bad too.
All right. And you are higher than them. You guys may act. It is clear that they are going into aggression. Their slingers getting ready to throw, and it doesn't look like this one's a warning shot.
It's time.
time.
Duel. Well, what I intend to do is pretty straightforward and is literally just a prep round for me. So I will be chugging a Drakeheart mutagen. I'll have my snake pass me a mutagen and a bomb. One of my probably where did my alchemy stuff just go? There it is. One of the dread ampules and my Drakeheart mutagen. I drink the Drakeheart mutagen and I fly into a rage. And that is my actions.
All right.
Probably gonna stride 3 times.
Those boots are made for walking.
Next level, I won't have to do that. But until then,
I will. I will stride once. I think. I will cast my. Actually, what is my speed? Where do I find this at? It should be 20 or 25.
25 for most people.
Oh, there it is. It's on the left side. This is hard to find everything sometimes. Okay, I will move 25 feet towards them. I will cast my magic potency, or my magus potency, and then I will also use shield.
All right. What exactly does your shield look like?
Yes.
Would you like to come back to this at a later point?
Yeah, because it might be directly changing as a result of the.
Data made magic class.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 5s.
I would like to get within 20 feet. So, see if I can't do this. 25 feet is as far as I can get. I cannot get within 25 feet. So, I will be moving 25 feet as one action. Then I would like to devise a stratagem
Against?
against this guy.
All right.
Let me roll that d20.
Oh, it is time to start the battle music.
Oh, yes. Get your fight musics ready.
I'm walking on sunshine.
Ooh.
So that's a 12 on him for this round only. So I probably won't move up to attack. So I think I'll probably just move right behind here, just ready to support. And I think that'll be it for me.
And that's everyone. The bronze scales of Clan Greatshield. We'll start off with a flurry of slung stones. Wave. 2 rocks come sailing out over the kobolds at you.
Block.
What is your AC?
Good question.
Oh, I've got this. I've got a quick reference. I've got this.
18.
All right. One of these sling stones strikes into you for 5 points of damage. The other one you are able to knock to aside with your staff. Both of them then reload and hurl more rocks. One of them is coming at Wave, which he manages to parry again with his staff. The other behind him out towards Kalat, which misses. The ones up front. The two in the very front both raise their shields at the ready and will stride up to there and there, as the spear-wielding ones will maneuver around to here and here, as they try and get more towards flanking positions, even if only one of them has reached it currently. They then strike out. Wave, the one on your left, stabs out with a short sword, but is unable to get past your defenses. And then the one who ran around flanking with the spear user drives his blade into your back as you are distracted. For a total of 8 points of damage.
Owie.
Then, the one with a spear stabs out at you, flanking with his comrade. And due to the flank, hits for 3 points of damage.
Who is this not updated? Doesn't he? Where's the flank happening from?
The
This
spear
line.
user.
Oh, wrong icon. This line right here.
They're attacking at range with spears.
Yes.
Okay.
Long poke.
And then finally this one will stab out at 5s with a spear, jabbing it under his armor as it begins to dig in for 3 points of damage. It is your lot's turn.
Wait,
Oh.
15 hits me? Oh no.
without the
15 plus
bonus.
his bonus.
Oh, okay.
I have a thing I would like to do. And that involves a stride. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And then throwing the ampule at this guy.
All right.
I'm ready for the ones.
I'm ready for the ones. Where is it? Hello? Give me my bomb attack roll. It's actually been a couple combats since I threw a bomb.
Looks like Tab kind of just replaced all your bombs with jerky somehow.
I think.
Cheetah's elixir.
Oh, right. It's. Wait, why don't I have my Dread Ampule on here? I don't know. I'm just going to use my Blight Bomb attack roll.
Okay.
Ooh.
An 18 will hit.
Nice. And
Is
then...
the damage still the same on the Dread Ampule? Or...
Let me check. The Dread Ampule is a D6, which
That's the same.
yeah, is the same. And then it does 1 splash damage, and it's mental damage. And the target is frightened 1.
All right. So this guy is
Rolled a
Frightened
2
1.
instead of a 1.
as you do 2 points of damage to him, with another point to this man as the purplish haze begins to take the very edges off his senses a bit.
I believe the 1 point of splash damage also hits that guy, right?
Oh, that's totally true. So he has taken a total of 3 damage.
Attack modifiers.
You've done 1 damage 3 times to him, sort of.
For my third action, I'm going to I'll save my third action. I'm planning on moving, and if one of you wants me to like move to flank, I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I get bonuses against people that I have flanking on.
Yes. So I can move probably behind one of these guys if you want me to like get a flanking on a specific one.
So I'm about to move to here to flank. So if you want to move to here, you can actually stop a flank from happening. Or no, you wouldn't be able to stop that flank from happening. You'd have to move to here. that's possible.
Yeah, I can gladly take that move. I take my second stride action.
All right. Also, I just realized I did not have the diagonals correctly turned to Pathfinder movement, but you still are able to make that distance even still.
Okay, good.
They have now been fixed, though.
This
Nice.
music is so good, Brian.
I will move, or I will spell strike. Moving to here, I'm going to be imbuing telekinetic projectile. So that will be 2 points for the spell, and then I am now swinging.
Hey.
Where
Take
am I?
that
Sheet?
swipe.
I make swing with a +1 because battle potency is up, and he should be flat-footed. Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
However, even with flat-footed, that will not connect.
Oops. Ignore that.
Tark.
Right? Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
All right.
All right.
I would like to devise a stratagem against this guy.
Roll it.
Did it roll? Oh, it did. Okay.
A 9.
I will not be attacking that guy.
All right. Second action.
So, well, no, devise a stratagem counts as a free action.
Oh, is it free? I thought it was an action.
I believe at the bottom it says
one
Action
action.
type
you can
one
use it
spot.
as a free action.
So if they're specifically the subject of a lead, you
Oh
can use it as a
wait!
free
Oh,
action.
I completely missed that. Okay. Yeah. All right.
If you're like spending some time figuring out like I'm tracking this guy,
Yeah.
lead, then you could get.
All right.
free
Could
Then
you-
I'm going to use double slice to melee attack the guy in front of me right here.
Go for it.
So that's 2 number 1s, and I take. Oh.
And he brings up his shield, blocking both of them. Neither will hit.
Oh.
Also, just for knowledge sake, with the devise a stratagem thing, like if you were to, if Tevin were to like set up an investigation on the like hot springs situation, would all of those creatures in that area, all of those boggarts, count as subjects of his like investigation?
I will read more into the investigator class, but as my current understanding, yes, assuming they were what you would expect. Like if you go there and it's actually a bunch of polymorphed dragons pretending to be frogs, this is not what you've prepared for. It will not
Fair.
apply. But if it's like the situation generally matches the thing that you've been researching for, I think that would.
Okay.
But I will read the investigator more thoroughly and get a better answer for next session.
Okay. I would like to attempt to disarm this kobold.
Okay, are you aiming for his sword or his shield?
His sword. I assume it's easier to disarm his sword, right? Or is this a big difference?
You could do either with the same difficulty.
I'm gonna go for his sword.
Okay. Give me a roll.
What do I roll?
Disarm.
I could just like roll my regular shark strike to hit attack, but I don't know.
It's a athletics check.
It's an
Athletics against reflex DC.
Okay. And they have a -2 to their checks to be disarmed when they are being flanked.
Mm-hmm. However, that still won't get it, even with the flank.
All right, I will attempt again.
Okay.
It suffers a -5 penalty this time, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Minus
But I
3
rolled
penalty
incredibly
overall
low on that first one, so
with a plus
we
8.
can only go up from here. So this -5.
Oh,
Technically went up.
And that will not quite get it. You are close, but not there.
I mean, is this against a flat DC or is this against him rolling?
So reflex DC is your reflex bonus plus 10.
Oh.
So it's kind of like you just auto 10 against reflex fort and will DCs.
They are
Okay, I
presumably
see.
pretty zippy, so
Okay. Then for my third action for the turn, I will just punch him. Which is this one. 2.
All right. Is that a flurry of blows?
Yeah, I guess it could be.
Yep. The
Good
2 will
point.
miss, but you can take another swing.
9.
9 also will not connect,
Worth
unfortunately.
a shot.
All right. Is that everyone?
Yep, think so.
All right. The shielded kobolds raise shield again, keeping their defenses up as they scramble around, trying to get out of perilous flank positions. This one will move. I don't think anyone here has attacks of opportunity, right? I just want to double check that.
Not yet.
Nope.
And this one will move as they reestablish their fighting positions. The slingers. First action, reload. Second action, 2 rocks coming at you, Gerrit.
Yes, I have an AC of 18, I think.
Rocks.
Yes, 18. Ah!
18, as 1 rock strikes into you, the other just barely missing. For 5 points of damage.
4 of that is temporary HP from my rage, and 1 of it hurts my big toe.
They then reload again as their final action. Below you, Gerrit. This one stabs at you with flanking.
He misses, it's fine.
And then stabs again.
He missed that time?
He misses again. This kobold is going to cut out first at Wave. Seeing him nimbly dodge, he turns towards the flanked Gerrit and jabs out with the short sword. However, cannot connect with him either.
Ah!
And Kalat, you have 1 sword from behind with flanking.
Oh!
Unable to stab into you as a spear tries to take its place. And again. However, none of them are able to make their mark. Your
All
turn.
right, we'll call this round a draw.
Also, I promise you, I'm gonna be messed up for like a week on this kobold art. Like, I'm
Yep.
I'm literally out here like my pronouns are he, not him, because I'll never be him.
Did you say that was all of the kobold turns?
Yep, that was everyone.
Sick.
Oh.
They didn't get a whole lot.
I still want to attempt to disarm some of these kobolds as my general first action. I have a very big bonus to doing this as long as I don't roll like shit.
Plus 11?
So I could, yeah, it's effectively plus 10.
Oh, right.
So and maybe disarming one of the spear users would be good. So if other people have free movement to use, that's fine. If not, I can just flank the guy that's next to Gerrit.
So I was gonna move to attack this one. I could move here. You could step up, and then I could attack. If he doesn't die, then you can disarm him, or you can just switch to disarming this guy.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Or even if you wanted to move to this square, so that when I move here, we've got flank this way and flank this way.
Oh yeah, even better. Okay, I move.
And then I can move.
Or oh wait, no, I can't do this. You have to move first, and then I
Okay.
will spell strike, which allows me to move and attack and do all the things at once.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
because your
okay.
movement is the same action
It's-
as your strike.
Yep.
I didn't realize that. That's cool.
Yeah, I had to do it all together.
Okay, so I'll move first.
All right. So then I move, imbuing telekinetic strike, and then I lash out again.
Okay. Oh, and that will hit, slicing him deep for 7. He does not seem quite dropped from it, but seems very badly wounded, and kind of pulls his spear back, more trying to use it as just a parrying rod than a weapon. He
So as soon
looks
as
like
the-
he's likely out of the fight.
As soon as the blade leaves him, it comes back.
Also,
And-
remember that if you're not, if you're doing non-lethal, then you take penalties to stuff.
Were you
I-
intending to non-lethal that and just forgot to mention?
No.
No? Oh, but we talked about this.
You said that you prefer that we didn't kill them.
Yeah, I really feel like that's the route we should go here, but I mean, you're your own person.
All right. As the rebounded Roka sword just suddenly reverses and cuts back, slicing deep into this kobold and killing him. Next,
That is
Um,
my turn.
Oh, go ahead.
Anyway.
I'll go
Uh,
next. I will. This guy here he doesn't have his shield raised, right?
He does. They
He
both
does.
did.
Okay. I think I'm still going to, or actually, Waves, if you want to try to disarm this guy,
Yeah.
or I could try to disarm him and then you can try to disarm him because I know there's like penalty bonus stuff on multiple disarms.
I'll just disarm him. Athletics check.
That will succeed, but not crit succeed. As you weaken the grasp of his weapon, giving a +2 to disarm checks against it, and a -2 for his attempts to use it on the following turn.
And then I can chain that by trying a disarm of my own, unless you want to like spam some out.
I think I should probably spam some out to give you the best chance of succeeding.
Sure.
So this -5.
Aha!
That is a crit pass as you tear the blade to the ground as it clatters. He
Do I have the
has
ability to grab it from the disarm attempt itself? Or do I have to use another action to pick it up?
it's just like knocked out to the ground. Though if you wish, you can use an action to draw it, since you don't like have both of your hands occupied.
Yeah, I do have a third action. I'll pick it up.
You have gathered one kobold short sword.
Kobold sword.
A prized possession.
I can free action stow that, right?
It is an action to stow things. You can free action drop it.
Right. Okay.
He drops it and gives it back.
I think that changes my attack plan here slightly. Okay, so what I'm going to do, since this guy has been successfully disarmed by my immaculate fishy friend, what I do is one action to draw a blight bomb, one action to throw said blight bomb at these guys, preferably the top one.
Okay.
And that is going to be right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah!
Whoa! Let me tell you.
No, I rolled a 1 on the crit. Are you kidding me?
No!
Oh,
You gotta
no.
roll a good normal amount. Get wrecked, son.
Oh no!
Unlucky.
3 points of damage to the top one and 1 to the bottom one.
This
And
is
is
fine.
this the fear one?
No, this is the one that does persistent damage.
Oh, how much persistent
this one.
damage?
Great question. I don't know why that didn't actually link anything. I open up Blight Bomb, and it does. The listed damage is persistent poison damage. Yeah, so it does 1 persistent poison damage, I believe.
Okay.
Let me just make sure here. Deals the listed poison damage, persistent poison damage, and splash poison damage. Then...
Wait. So, Blight Bomb lesser, right?
Blight Bomb get lesser. Oh, it's 1d4 persistent poison
so yeah.
damage. There we go.
That is a d4, and that is also doubled on a crit. So it is 2d4 persistent poison damage.
Okay, that's nice.
That's respectable. You can't actively only do 1 damage to them.
And then my last action is to stride up to these fellows. There. And that's me done.
5s. What do you do?
I will devise a stratagem on that guy.
All right. Let's see how it goes.
I don't think I've used
Calculating your
visor.
plan of attack.
Finally.
You think you've got a pretty solid chance on that one.
All right. So I'm going to walk up.
Attack a different target.
No. And then I'm going to what? No, I have to make 2 different attacks. I'm trying to if I use double slice.
Your first swing
yeah.
is rolled a 19, and then you actually
Got it.
roll the die on the second one.
All right, cool. So I guess I'll roll the first swing for damage here, and then that sucks. And then second swing.
That is, and are you swinging non-lethally? As another question, just to clarify, and taking the penalty to do so.
Yeah, I'll swing non-lethally.
Okay. That will be a hit and a hit. At the first impact, the small kobold brings up his shield, and with a loud ring, it clatters off that instead of him taking the damage. But the second one does impact him fully, as he gives out a whine, still seeming able to stay in the fight, however.
Cool.
All right, that is everyone, right?
I think Wave still has 1 action, technically. Oh, no, you're good. Oh, yeah, because you grabbed the thing.
All right, their turns. Kalat, this one chases after you, screaming loudly as you have just slaughtered his friend.
Very good music change when that happened.
Raising a shield and then stabbing out with the blade. However, unable to get past your thick armor.
I nimbly dodge aside.
Gerrit, the 2 next to you scatter out,
Ah!
seeming frightened of you, as they then throw rocks at you.
That's fair. I would do the same.
They throw rocks instead of sling them, you heard it.
The one just lands on the ground near you. The other strikes you, but not with enough force to carry through past your armor. Third action, they both reload their rocks.
I should have thrown the rocks.
At the end of this one's turn, roll me 2d4.
2d4.
He takes 5 points of damage as he coughs, a slight greenish vapor emerging from his mouth as his lungs are full of this toxin.
And yeah.
However, he does seem to shake it off after this point, though heavily wounded.
It's all those dream mushrooms or dream radishes that they've been eating. Got tolerance.
This one is going to raise up his shield and move twice as he runs back into the forest, keeping the shield in front of him, leaving you with his weapon.
The family sword.
This one will move up, stab out once at 5s, jabbing the spear into his side for 4 points of damage, before also skittering off towards the forest. That is all of them. Back to you.
Back to you, Jan. I think I'll move here as a normal stride action. And then I will electric arc, targeting this one as the primary and this one as the secondary.
All right. Roll that damage. Left then right for these rolls. DC is 17. That will be a failure on this one. He will take full. This guy will pass, and since he is secondary target, he will crit pass because of it. So he is unaffected. However, the coursing electricity leaps out towards this one and just fries him as he drops to the ground. Slight blue arcs still just leaping off of him to the nearby undergrowth.
I'll enter.
Just as a quick note, Gerrit, you are the only one to understand this, but this one just shouts out, "You killed Kip!"
Oh, not Kip.
Dead set on Kalat.
I will enter my monastic archer stance. And
All right.
fire at this one.
Okay. Remind me, your flurry of blows is the thing that you need to be like within 30 feet to shoot twice, or is it a different amount?
I think it's within half. Let me just put it on here. If I could yeah, half. It's 50 feet for a longbow, 30 feet for short bow.
So you're definitely good.
Yes. So I will make a flurry of blows strike at the non-lethal penalty.
Okay.
First shot.
That will not strike him.
Second shot.
And nor will that one as he just sort of leaps up, dodging it with his legs.
Third shot.
Not
Does
bad.
not connect either, as he just begins dodging and weaving away as this flurry of bolts fly past him.
Those numbers are the wrong order, friendo.
What do you mean? Isn't that how you're supposed to roll all of your attacks? I feel like that's how I typically do it.
Gerrit is running up towards this kobold and launching 2 attacks. The first one. Here. Eesh.
It holds out the sling staff in its hand, trying to block your claw that will miss as he cries out, "Back, Green Drake!"
That's not me, mate.
That one will hit.
Oh, yeah.
A heavy wound as it just gives out a weak yelp.
Also, for non-lethal, my Hag Claw has the unarmed trait. Is that the trait that you need for non-lethal?
Specifically the non-lethal trait.
Okay.
An unarmed punches have that by default, but not all unarmed inherently.
Cool. So in order to deal non-lethal, I would switch to doing an unarmed attack, which wouldn't make a world of difference.
Either switch to doing an unarmed attack, or just still use the claw, but take a -2 to hit with a non-lethal attack.
Oh, okay.
And it's like, it'll still really hurt, but it's like you're clawing at limbs and things like that. Things that won't be as likely to just cause death.
Right. Interesting.
Right? 5s and Kalat?
Well, actually, I'm going to.
Kalat, you already went, right?
Yes. Yeah, I fired a dude.
I'm going to devise a stratagem against that. Okay. And I'm going to move over here.
He's the right target.
His
This
defenses.
helps you avoid so many bad rolls.
And then I'm going to ranged attack this guy.
This one?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry, I didn't.
He's already dodging and weaving around the bolts, and with him weaving so much, it seems hard to land this thrown attack on him. As
He's so nimbly.
leaps down out of the way.
And then with my last move, I will recall my Cly. That's it for me.
All right. Their turns.
Wait, you devised the stratagem, moved, and attacked, right?
Oh, yeah.
Devise a stratagem is a... Oh, it's not. I keep forgetting. I keep thinking it's a free action.
Good catch. So yeah, your Acclize is currently extended out to the kobold.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Gerrit, this one just holds out the sling staff towards you, like being offered. Spare me, Green Drake. That is his turn. He just drops to his knees. This one without a weapon is just gonna book it. He's just running as fast as he can. As this one turns back briefly, takes a brief step out towards Fives as he jabs him out with the spear again, going for another hit like his last. However, seeing that unsuccessful, he will take off in another run. And Kalat, this one just charges right at you, swinging twice, not even bringing up his shield anymore. He wants you dead. You have killed Kip.
You killed Kip?
For a point of damage, and he stabs again, unable to land the second blow.
Oh, you got me. You've wounded me.
Gerrit, you just hear a string of shouted profanity from him.
Fair.
Your turns.
I will grab the sling staff from this kobold. Depending on the amount of resistance that he's actually giving to that. Since
None. He's offering it to you. You can just pick it up.
So basically, I want to pick up the staff from him, and I say to him, "Not a green drake. We're friendly if you're friendly." And then I push him away.
He just sort of falls to the ground.
You better run.
Anything else you do?
That is the end of my turn.
Okay.
For me. End of my action.
Next.
I will attempt non-lethal damage against this guy using Spell Strike and Shocking Grasp.
All right.
I will shift here because it suits me. All right, so non-lethal means I make it at a -2.
Correct.
Okay, so that brings me to a total of -1 for this because of the battle potency.
Well, I'll also move over here first.
Oh, so then add 2 to that.
So this is a collective 24 at the end?
Yes.
All right, that will hit, and he will bring up his shield. Oh no, he did not raise his
He
shield.
didn't raise his shield.
Yep,
Mhm.
he takes the 6 damage as a full hit. And then
And then
I will punch him in the back.
nope.
Oh no!
there's a second part.
All right, there's the second part.
And then
And that will crit. as he takes 34 electric damage.
Damn.
34 non-lethal electrical damage.
Just this massive arc of blue lightning leaping
Oh,
from your
shit.
sword, coursing all over his body, leaping to the ground, even wave just a few ultimately harmless but still kind of painful jolts jump off to you as well, as he just becomes a beacon for this energy before just falling to the ground in convulsions.
I look up at the sky and I look back to the sword. And I didn't think it was storming right now, but that man just got struck.
The lightning tree was collapsing the whole time.
I look at my sword and think about striking a nearby tree if I can see if I can summon a treasure chest. That went off spectacularly.
Hey,
And
wait.
I will use my 2 other actions to fire off some stray longbow shots in the general direction of the 2 fleeing guys, but not intending to hit anything.
Okay, just firing arrows in their vicinity to keep them running, basically.
Yeah.
All right, you were able to do so. 5s. What about you?
I am chasing this guy. I believe I can go. I think it was there. Yeah. And then I will. Okay. Yeah, I will recall my Accly as. So that's movement, recall, and then a ranged attack.
Oh,
Finally.
And that's a heavy thunk as you throw it, striking him directly in the side of the head. He seems badly dazed and just barely on his feet. You've brought him to 1.
And that's it. Yeah, that's it for me. That's everything.
Oh, I have a few things about that attack
Yes.
that was just made. One, was he wearing metal?
Yes.
Collectively, that would have been 1 higher circumstance bonus to the attack roll. He also technically takes 1d4 persistent electricity. I don't know how that works with non-lethal.
If were he healed, it'd be relevant, but there's basically just still arcs of lightning jolting around him. He will not die, but he is not waking up for a while.
Yeet.
Fives. This one that you've struck, after a moment of recovering from the daze, just shouts out something in Draconic. Gerrit, you hear a "Bah!" As he stabs out once more with the spear at you. Unable to strike you, he then just flees, as this one just completely books it and is off the map. Unless you have a way to catch him, he's just gonna be gone.
I do not.
Gerrit,
Yes.
the one by you, just remaining on the ground from where you pushed him, just turns back to face you, like on all fours, just slightly raises up his hands. What is your name? Great warrior.
My name's Hack.
He reaches beside him and just takes a small pouch by his side and just holds it up in two hands towards you. From a little bit you can see in the open end, you spot a silver piece and something behind it.
Can I make out what it is behind it, or?
You just need to like actually look in the bag. You can tell there's more things in it, but it's not all visible just from his hand is all.
I think I think my reaction is kind of like nah, keep it, mate.
There's about a 2-second hesitation before he just pockets it in his hands once more and attaches it. He does not move, staying on the ground beside you.
Well, it's kind of awkward now.
Jumping over to fives. What do you do? This kobold that just tried to stab you is booking it. Do you chase or just let him go?
I'll just let him go. I don't want to split too far. So, and then I will move. Let's see, 75 movement. I can move. How far do I have to be to devise a stratagem? Just within sight?
That sounds right, but I'm not positive. Though there is, unless someone is taking an attack, we are out of combat and initiative. There are no conscious fighting enemies.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fair enough. And I'm just gonna run over here.
You
casually
may
touch
act normally.
I touch my sword to the ground, grounding it just in case.
You discharge the remaining energy from it.
And it goes back into the pocket dimension.
Over the next roughly 10 seconds, you see the blue arcs over the kobold eventually die out. The one alive and conscious still remains on the ground, kneeling beside Gerrit.
Mm-hmm.
I guess kind of angrily, Wave addresses Kalat, like, what was the point of killing them?
Life is a luxury. Until it becomes something that is less of a guaranteed coin flip. That is what it is.
We're trying to start a kingdom here. A place to live.
I agree. And 6 random people entered a hostile combat with 4 unknowns. If I was to start a kingdom, I wouldn't want people traveling with, I don't know, trade goods or their families being sequestered and potentially murdered by a raving band of kobolds.
And I don't want to start a kingdom with only 4 people.
Sure,
I think
that
this
is why
was a
some of them
mistake.
live.
I
I value my life.
have nothing else to say on the matter. I think it was a mistake, but that is all.
I disarm, but not dismember, the unconscious kobold in front of me.
Valiant.
You are able to
Aye.
take his sword and shield if you wish. They are of poor quality.
Yeah. And I also take his ladle.
Hey, he needs that.
He needs that. I kind of like continue. I stop raging, but I continue like kind of standing over here. Hack has kind of a visible like I don't know what like he seems kind of like he's shuffling, like not really super sure what to do.
The kobold just remains silent beside you, looking up to you, with almost an expression of awe.
What have you done over there?
I mean, I don't know. He's subdued. Yeah. Listen, little guy.
Is
We
this
don't-
in Draconic?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Listen, little guy. Now in Draconic. Just for some reason, my brain just literally broke on Draconic with a Cockney accent. We didn't want to have to like do the whole fighting thing, yeah. But now that we have, we want you to like talk to your people and promise not to just go about attacking folks in this area or something like that, probably.
No longer have people. Noctu follow Green Drake.
Okay, listen, you're really gonna piss me off with the Green Drake stuff. I recommend against it.
No Green Drake. What is name? Great
Yeah, just
warrior.
call me Hack.
Hack.
That's
Hack.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, he's gonna hate that. I switch back into common and like, well, it sounds like this little guy's willing to like follow us, hang out with us. I think their band is pretty much disabled at this point.
Well, I guess we got what Gerrit was asking for. In a weird way.
So how is their band disabled? This is it?
It seems like this is it. Or this one's just announced that he's leaving it. He says that he doesn't have any people.
That doesn't make sense. We literally just saw a bunch of them the other day.
Something tells me it's the latter then.
Ask him.
I
What do you mean by that?
turn back and ask what he what do you mean by the you don't have any people? Like, we know there's more of you guys hanging out here. Like, we had moon radishes with I get that. I'm pretty great. But we had like moon radishes with a couple of you. Like, we know you guys aren't all that bad.
Hack, great chief. Strong.
Yeah,
Poison. Claws.
yeah. It's pretty
Blessed
awesome.
By the drakes.
Pretty awesome, yeah. But for the rest of you, right? How do Hack new chief of all of yous?
Hack show his strength. Make them kneel.
Okay, right.
Noctu will help.
Okay, right. It sounded good.
Conversation's been going a little bit. I kind of like tap Hack on the shoulder.
What?
What's happening? What's happening?
So, Hack new chief of all's them lot, and sorry,
hold on. You're a new chief?
no, not yet. So we have to go to prove our strength to them, right? Kind of like what we did here. You know, like, Gerrit's not too good with that stuff, but he kind of had the right idea where we just poorly executed. He's not very good with the talkie like me. But
as you do, yes.
Basically, we show them that we're strong enough to be their bosses, and they'll follow us, kind of like this little one's offering.
Oh, so because we dismantled them here, they they want to make us a clan chief.
Yeah, I mean this one. The rest of them also probably have to be like convinced.
Where are the rest of them?
Where are the rest of them, little guy?
Moving. Going to the moon radishes for the dreams.
Yeah, where are they the rest of the time?
Travel. Not one place. He
Ah,
just
yeah.
sort of spins an arm around in a broad stroke.
I mean,
What did he just do? What does that mean?
He's casting a spell. No,
He's casting
he's so they
Lives,
come
record this
around.
for your book.
They come around for the moon radishes, and other than that, they're just kind of like roaming around wherever, doing stuff all over the place, I guess. But
What
I
were they
mean,
doing?
if we what little guy, what were you guys doing?
Going to moon radishes.
They were headed to the moon radishes, yeah.
Wait, weren't they walking towards us?
So, here, I'm gonna bounce you back to the main map for a moment.
Because we were moving east. Did we spot them moving east also?
You spotted them moving kind of southeast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought we saw, like, we met. They were walking at us. I was about to call bullshit. It's not towards moon radishes. Okay, but
They just, like, as soon as they saw you, they immediately, like, adjusted formation directly towards you.
Ah, I see.
So, I mean, I think realistically, like, these little guys could be pretty useful, and they like powerful people, and we can be powerful people, and, like, they, you know, they're just doing their thing. They're just like the moon radishes.
So, trying to keep some of Waves' perspective in mind, is there a way that we can do this without murdering more of them? How do we become their ruler to then prevent the thing that caused them to get into this battle?
I think it's the same thing as what we just did here. We go in, knock a
And kill
couple
some more of
heads.
them?
Without killing them, we just have to prove that we're stronger than them. If my understanding is correct.
Yeah, I
agree.
think so.
Do
Right.
we know anything societally about Kobold society that would tell us that if we disable their powerful ones, that they would see that as a exertion of power?
So
Strong is strong.
yeah, jumping back to the bit you knew from your earlier check the 1st
Mhm.
time you met them, you know that they, like, alignment and morals take a backseat to strength.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you kill them or not doesn't really make much of a difference. Like, if you prove that you can put someone at your mercy, that is pretty similar to if you prove that you can, that you can kill them.
Fair enough.
Individual tendencies may vary, but in broad strokes, power is what they seek, not necessarily bloodthirsty power.
Got it. Attack them with broad strokes, not jabs.
Broadswords?
I ask one last thing to our little friend. So if we roll around with you a bit, and you can show us which one is the like current chieftain, right? And then we can beat him up and be the strongest. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we can make this work.
Heck, I think you're well suited for this.
I'm well
I hope you-
suited for a lot of things.
I hope you're well suited for taking care of a lot of children. I pat
Heck.
a hack on the back a little bit. Family life is difficult, but it's worth it,
Oh.
Hack.
Hold,
You've
hold
got
on,
this.
hold on. No, that's not what I said. For one, think you're
Coming from me,
misconstruing some stuff. Anyway, I've got some stuff I gotta chew on
Come
in
on,
the
Hack,
old
let's go
noggin.
let's go make you a good papa. Let's go.
with that, that is where we will close for today's session.
Wave walks off with Hack, kind of like talking about like, okay, and then you know, like this will kind of be how it's gonna go, and like this is a family thing, and
Oh, listen,
trust
they
me,
got
we're gonna be great.
they got little razor teeth. You can't breastfeed one of them.
I mean,
as
you
a
can, but only once.
unless you push him away or tell him otherwise, Noctu stays within about 2 feet of you. Hack.
I'm fine with that.
Also, everyone will be going to level 3.
Level 3.
The
You were
big
saying
level.
knock to. I thought you were saying hack to. I thought he decided to name himself after
Act 2.
I am Hack 2.
I named myself after power to then become it.
Noctu.
What do I get here? Ooh, good level. Good level.
Where is
All right,
this?
so I get to
Oh, really
create
good
new
level.
levels for next time. Great.
I just got so good at healing.
I got a 3rd spell for the day, and it's also of a level 2.
There we go.
I get to get new skills.
Get a general feat and new skills. I get to actually use a Roka sword at this point.
My medicine modifier goes up to an 8. And
Nice.
also, whenever I succeed on a treat wounds check, I critically succeed if they haven't received divine healing in the last 24 hours.
I gained 15 move speed.
Jesus Christ!
What was your move speed before?
20.
It's nearly twice as fast.
It'll take
I've
me
kinda
like
gotten more used to this whole like forest plains walking on land thing now.
Listen, it's gonna take me like hold on, I got this. I can make that happen, but it's gonna take me more than that. 6 nope, never mind. I actually can't reach 15 plus 15 feet with my cheetah's elixir. No.
Oh, also all my attacks are now magic attacks.
Hey. Join the club.
I think I will be too next session because I think the new Magus makes their attacks magic.
It won't be all of your attacks, but I think it'll be most of your attacks.
And my athletics goes up even more, so my disarms will be even more likely to succeed. Also, I was kind of disappointed with like how the disarm went. Like we rolled really well, so it worked, but like succeeding and then all it doing is like making them at a -2 to hit is a little rough.
Yeah, I think
I
that
do think. Go ahead.
the vibe that I get from that is that like against the like relatively mooky mobs like kobolds, like the disarms not gonna feel super great, especially because you have to assume they're kobolds, so they're gonna have a high reflex save.
Yeah.
But like if you're up against some like Death Knight or something, like a chained, like over and over again, trying to disarm him to where he has like a -ton modifier, I think could be like a really cool thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, also if we just go against like a human boss with like a great sword or something like that, at this point, like after this level, it'll be like +11. So if I'm flanking them, it's effectively a +13 and then a +8 on my first 2 attempts to disarm them against their reflex DC, which is probably going to be like 14 or 13.
Mm-hmm.
So like very likely to succeed on both attempts, and if I just do it twice, then I successfully disarm them. So
Just throwing out a couple quick thoughts. I do think you are lowballing DCs, just to set expectations. Like, unless you are something that is like incapable of a dodge, everyone is trained in reflex, just as a default. So like your average peasant, who is like a level 1, nothing special, will have 13 reflex DC.
why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be 12?
10 base, 1 level, and proficiency is 2 higher than your level for trained.
Oh. That's fair.
So like the general concept you were laying out still applies. I just wanted to clarify your expectations for the specific values that you'll be expected to see.
Okay.
But
Like a bandit boss might more likely be around the like 16 DC or 17 DC.
Depends on the specifics for sure. But something else to just keep in mind is like an action to flank to get +2 to hit effectively is often considered something worth doing. This is, if it succeeds, it's basically an action to reverse flank, where like he loses the flanking, or if he didn't even have flanking, he gets a penalty equivalent to losing flanking. Now, granted, maybe you just fail and you don't succeed, so there's that risk. But if you crit succeed, then especially if you have an action where you can just pick up his weapon, like if he doesn't have a backup, he's probably just like, that's kind of equivalent to a KO a lot of times.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad. It just, I noticed that like I kind of went oof when I got that like good number. I failed a bunch and then I finally succeeded, and he still has his weapon. Right? You kind of gotta go again.
-2s are big though. Like,
yeah,
especially like, okay, his first attack still has pretty solid chances to hit you, but his second swing at a now -7 penalty, he got to get pretty darn lucky on that die to land a hit with it.
yeah. I think what Ryan said is right. Is that it works better in situations where you're not already overwhelmingly winning the fight, and like I just like in that situation just hitting them and doing some damage. Like their health pool is so much lower than ours. Like just beating them up would have been more effective. But against in other fights, in future stuff, like there will be a time and a place for it.
Yeah, and like also the idea of like if you happen to just succeed and not even critically succeed on a dude who can throw out a ton of attacks in a turn, like just one of that is probably like worth it action wise. I don't know like if you then combine it to the fact that you'll be at -5 for your next attempt or whatever, but there's that. And then the fact that critical on Shocking Grasp makes me realize that Shocking Grasp can just actually by itself do 48 damage at level 1 is fucking scary.
But now you can cast it at level 2. It can be more damage.
It can be 72 damage.
Heck yeah.
Sweet. Level 3 will be fun. Level 3 was a big milestone for me of like actually getting reasonable amount of move speed.
You fast. Slow to big fast.
Yeah.
Also, I technically have a divine doctrine now in the way of that I follow the laws of mortality as part of my usage of mortal healing. It basically is just like divine aid and like divine intervention just ultimately comes at too high of a price, and there's no like world where people should just be like slaughtering other people in the name of some like unfathomable being. And so mortals should not be beholden to gods.
That's a perspective.
It's basically like the Pathfinder version of an atheist. The gods are real. You cannot deny that. No one can deny that without being actually crazy. But it's the general perspective.
Have you seen Hack?
They're not gods. They are very powerful entities that are misusing power. The fact that they are stronger than you does not mean that you should worship them. That general attitude.
And like stuff that already aligns very much with like Gerrit's line of thinking of like mortals should be like charting their own fate and like doing things themselves instead of like asking for divine help where they could, even if it's like it's kind of like an easy, lazy way out to just like ask a god for help when you could just be like, no, we're just doing this instead. And banding together as a community to achieve the goal instead.
Yeah. Question, Doomer.
Yeah.
The increase from like fleet, for example, just says your speed increases by 5 feet. Does that apply to all your speeds?
It does.
Nice.
So your swim speed goes up as well.
So my swim speed is 45. I'm a boat.
He's a boat.
That's fun.
Heck yeah.